Welcome to Cats and Rats Podcast, covering your Florida Panthers.
Hey everyone, welcome to our first ever NHL trade line coverage here on the YouTube channel side. We used to be doing this over on the Twitter X side, but we're glad to be joined here on our YouTube channel side. I'm your host, Kirby Lupo, joined alongside Cesar Lucero, my Cats and Rats Podcast co-host Nick Levine, and from the Locked On Florida Panthers Network, Nick Fairbanks, but we call him Banksy. Gentlemen, I'll get to you here in just a second. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Caneswear. Go visit them locally over in Davie or at Panthers Wear. Again, that's Panthers Wear, wear.com for all your Panthers needs. And we want to welcome Jeremy Beckham to the Cats and Rats family. Panthers fans in South Florida need real estate help? Check out Jeremy Beckham with Next Home Treasure Coast. It's a boutique service with a personal touch. Jeremy and his team put humans over houses, working hard for you, whether you're buying or selling. Ready to move? Hit up Beck Sells FLA. Again, that's BeckSellsFLA.com or call 772-475-5371 now. You'll be glad you did. Gentlemen, how are we going? What are all the updates here before we get started here today?
Yeah, well, I'm doing good. There's a couple updates. Nothing traded. Nothing has happened currently, but we're getting some tweets from Frank Saravelli, Elliot Friedman, Darren Drager. A couple reports, Kirby, on certain players that are out there on the trade market. Mikko Rantanen obviously reportedly traded to Dallas last night. You could call it the morning, really. As of right now, that's a little, not as clear. Darren Drager reporting that the Stars are not willing to go over the $12 million. They're not willing to go $1 over the $12 million AAV on Rantanen.
So I just want to jump in there, Nick. So it had nothing to do with the asking price, because I went to bed and I was seeing names like Logan Stankoven. I was wondering if Jason Robertson was going to be part of the deal. So it wasn't on the ask. So we don't know the parts that was going the other way to Carolina.
Well, there has been, I don't want to say for sure, there have been different reports that Logan Stankoven and maybe Maverick Bork were involved.
Bork, that's the one.
A first-round pick. Also, just out from Frank Saravelli, trade talks are picking up on forward Brock Besser for the Canucks. He does not mention a team, but those talks are heating up, according to Frank Saravelli. And it sounds like, and this is another thing, I just want to get this right here. Yeah, Frank Saravelli says the extension talks between the Dallas Stars and Mikko Rantanen's camp are ongoing. The deal is not dead. However, he does state that Carolina is undoubtedly working on contingencies. Contingencies in the meantime. So we'll see what happens there. A couple names out there. Nothing has really happened yet, except the biggest name, obviously.
Hey, Bryce.
Is Dylan Cousins headed to Ottawa in exchange for Josh Norris and Jacob Bernard-Docker. There may be more to that trade. We'll see. I'll let you guys know when the report comes out.
Bernard-Docker, that name's been out there for like years now.
Yeah, and it's, you see that sometimes. It's like players' names have been out there for quite a while, and they finally get traded, right? Scott Lawton, one of the top trade targets out there, is one of them. We'll see if he gets moved this year. But yeah, those are really all the things. Everything going on, yeah. It looks like when we just went live, that's when the Rantanen and Besser tweets came out. So maybe they were waiting for us, Kirby. So you never know, right?
Yeah, so we got about 2 hours and 55 minutes to the deadline. We'll keep everyone updated on that as well. Deals are going to come in after the fact. Banksy, thanks for joining us here today. What are your kind of initial thoughts of moves last night, chatter today, and things like that accord?
So it seems like it's still a seller's market, and it seems like a lot of the teams wanted to get their shopping done early. I know Bill Zito definitely has been working the phones and really just making sure that he's shoring up the gaps in the Florida Panthers. But you have to start looking at other teams like the Vancouver Canucks. What are they doing with, Brock Besser? Is Peterson finally going to be on the move? That he probably should have been the first one to move. And then, again, what is Carolina doing in the possible fallout with Rantanen? Because it doesn't seem like, Rantanen's getting the number that he likes. So what are they going to pivot to possibly make something go through? Because he right now, I think, is holding up the market for a lot of other players or a lot of other deals that could be coming through.
Cesar, anything for us today? We're going to have a lot. I want to let everyone know as well in the chat there. We've got Carly down there in the chat. Carly's going to help us what's trending there. So we're going to put up some things there because at times, trade deadline, Nick, something like this, it's going to be slow moving. We're not going to see deals. But there's still going to be a lot of speculation out there. We want to share what's out there. I'm going to keep a close eye as well here of like updates and matters like that with names that are going to be moving around out there. So Caesar.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's an exciting time of year. Great win for the Panthers last night, and
You got some Panther stuff for us?
What's that?
You got some Panther stuff for us?
I got some Panther gear here. Everybody's pretty excited. They're obviously the Rantanen trade is the biggest thing that we're all keeping an eye on today. We'll see what ends up happening. So
you're not big on bringing Rantanen to Florida.
No, I just think the money wise, what are we gonna do here with getting possibly a number one defenseman the next year and the year after? Is that money gonna be tied up? I know Verhaeghe's contract is there. There's Bennett too that needs to be re-signed.
That needs.
I do want to say something.
No, I want to jump in here because I want Nick. I want you also to talk about kind of the salary cap going up too as well.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, Nick.
Well, before I say that, I just want to point out Tomas Nosek is not at practice.
So
okay.
Because of roster size,
I have no clue. Neither is Sam Bennett or Gustav Forsling.
But it could be like a maintenance thing.
Yeah, but no sex.
Normally...
I'm not really worried about Bennett. We'll see. I don't want to speculate. But the thing about the salary cap going up is, it's interesting because it's like
you can't keep everyone at that bar number. It's not,
and it's just not going to happen, right? So it's like, and I think when you take a look at if you're going to spend more money for a player, Mikko Rantanen's the guy, right? And I think we've seen, some different things, right? For example, there's a lot of players like you that might look overpaid at the time, but in like 2-3 years, it's kind of worth it. But now it's like
on Barkov's wing,
right? But
I used the number last night, 12.5, and that's the low end for Rantanen now that we're hearing. I think the Panthers could hit that number and could work somewhere around there.
Well, I think, and
if they're in on it.
You take a look like Seth Jones, for example, making 7.1.
Which is less than what his current contract is with the retention.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like people are like, oh, that's too much. That's too much. And it may or may not be, but it's like that's going to be worth. That's like 7.1 is the new 6.5, and the next year will be the worth.
You got Ekblad at 7.5 for the last number of years. It's not.
It's like you take a look at like certain players with certain salaries. It's like 7.5. Yes, it seems a lot, right? But it's like what is like 7.5 to do what 6, right?
You're gonna have that $1.5 million, $2 million evaluation depending on the player.
Yeah. So, we'll see what happens. Obviously, I think it really all depends. Again, for like certain players like Rantanen and stuff like that, it's like that balance of. So we got a trade here. I was waiting for that. The LA Kings have acquired forward Andrei Kuzmenko from the Philadelphia Flyers, 50% retained in exchange for a 2027 third-round pick. This is via Chris Johnson and David Pagnotta.
Go ahead. Sorry, Nick.
And obviously we know LA was in the talks for Rantanen and other top six forwards as well. Kuzmenko, not really a name that was ever connected to them, not really a name that was too mentioned out in the trade market, right?
I want to jump in and say I talked about this when he was moved, the city that I reside in, Calgary, to Philadelphia. I'm like, people ask me, is this a John Tortorella guy? He is not a John Tortorella guy, and he's already on the move, Banksy.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to play Tortorella's system or you're not going to be there very long. I mean, they definitely have shown that they want to play a different style of game, something that the Panthers have had a couple issues with in their past games. But, LA needed a top six forward. I think he's a bottom six forward right now, and I think he just gives them a little bit more depth, but I don't know if it moves the needle for them at all. But it's more, to me, again, it's more reassurance on the bottom six.
Nick, was that a name that you mentioned, getting back to just ranting in here for a second, that LA was in on and looking there? I thought they were going to go big fish hunting, a summer or two ago. And now LA's going to try to kind of get in there on bigger names. But this is a Kuzmenko guy where he can play, I guess, in your top 9. He's not going to fit in on your fourth line. He's not that type of player. Maybe contribute a little bit to their power play. I don't know how much LA needs help there when it comes on to that front, Nick. But again, it's showing that LA's making moves here. They've kind of stagnant team out there in the Pacific, kind of holding that spot in the third. And you're like, well, are they set up to match Edmonton again? With Edmonton faltering here, it kind of looks like that could be once again, the 2-3 matchup or potentially. So LA's got to kind of look at it from a perspective of like, what do we need to do to match up against the Oilers? It's very matchup based with how this division alignment is right now and kind of this playoff setup is. And if you're LA, you kind of got to look at how do we finally get by Edmonton or give them a good push like they did a few years ago there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you take a look at Kuzmenko, it seems like such a long time ago. Is that 70-point season with Vancouver, right? One of the things I'll note is he was very good the first half of the year. And then around the second half of that first season, Vertonghen came in. And I think that's when, and maybe a little bit before that, but that's when things really started to, kind of change for Andrei Kuzmenko. And then obviously the move to Calgary, then to Philadelphia, and now going out to LA. Obviously LA, like you said, they've been on a lot of different names. Kuzmenko wasn't one that I had really, or any of us had really identified. It's an interesting deal because I think there is some talent in LA, but I do think, again, that you take a look when you're competing with Edmonton, when they're competing with a lot of other teams in the Western Conference, right? It just seems like, Byfield and Fiala, although they are really good players, and Kempe too, I want to include him. It's like, is that enough to compete with the Eichels and the Stones? Is that enough to compete with the Draisaitl and McDavid? And my answer, and the answer and the results thus far has been no. And I don't personally think Andrei Kuzmenko does much. Could it be a nice move for them? Yeah, but I mean, I think it's they need more, and that's what I personally think. And I know a lot of people agree with me, and it's shown like LA. And part of the reason they brought in Pierre-Luc Dubois is because Kopitar really got tired towards the end of some of those seasons into the playoffs, and they like Danault. But the idea, especially with how Dubois is playing in Washington this year, is Kopitar, Dubois, Danault, and then you still have Fiala and Byfield on the wing, and it's like, okay, now you really got some center depth there. Part of the problem is when they drafted Quentin Byfield, they drafted him to be a center, and he hasn't been. And he's a better fit on the wing, and he's an unbelievable player. Got off to a really slow start, but he started to heat up. He was mentioned in potential trade for a Rantanen or for a big piece like that. But I personally think that this doesn't really move the needle for LA. And, I mean, I think they need more, but it looks like this is the route they decided to take.
I just want to add to everyone here, Banksy and Caesar as well. Make sure keep an eye on the chat. Put anything up there. Appreciate everyone already being in the chat here. Good numbers to start off our trade deadline coverage here on our YouTube channel. Make sure to share it. Let everyone know there over on the Twitter X side, Instagram side. Thank you, Caesar, for holding that down. We got Neri in the house. We got Carly here, D'Lo, David T, who's kind of our Spaces chat organizer over on our post-game show there. Appreciate David putting all the stuff in our post-game over on the Twitter X platform. Make sure to follow myself over there at KJ_Loops, LUPS, and you'll get all Panthers post-game coverage there. And we'll go live there as well for breaking news. But now we're doing over here on the YouTube side there, Caesar, as we had, I think it's at 1.3K views now on the Seth Jones breaking news thread. I think we were the first Panthers content creators to break that there on YouTube side. Yep. We appreciate everyone hanging with us there that special day as we acquired Seth Jones from the Chicago Blackhawks for Spencer Knight.
Yeah, no, and thanks again, guys, for having me on board as well. I'll be just in the back end, so just making sure, keeping an update on X and any other updates here too. So
making everything look professional here, Caesar.
Yeah, thank you.
The nice overlay there. We'll have your user comments there at the bottom, so everyone on the panel, make sure you're interacting with people down there in the chat. When news is a little slow, we'll answer questions there in the Q&A, so just be patient with us down there in the chat. If anything breaks, as we said earlier, Nick will have that, as well as Caesar, anything coming through on that end, and then Banksy and myself will kind of analyze that and see things. Banksy's also going to check in with us. Banksy's kind of wearing an extra hat here today. Vincent Shipe, unfortunately not with us here today due to family reasons. So we're going to have Vincent here kind of covering the whole capologist stuff for us and the prospect movement. So Banksy's going to jump in and kind of help on the Puckpedia side there, Banksy, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to say one thing outside of that is, Caesar, did you tell Kirby and I to wear this on purpose? Because we're matching. I don't know if you noticed the colors and everything.
Oh, no, I just got the hockey one. So I wanted to be neutral, you know?
Okay.
A little bit of Canadian colors, but
You guys still match though. It worked out. It worked out. It looks like Nick didn't get the memo there.
I almost wore that
Nick
exact
hasn't got
same
away from his
hoodie.
phone, so we're-
I almost wore that exact same hoodie, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go with the shirt. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not gonna wear the hoodie. We also have the full details of the Dylan Cousins trade, Kirby. So the Senators have acquired Dylan Cousins, defenseman Dennis Gilbert, and a 2026 second-round pick in exchange for forward Josh Norris and defenseman Jacob Bernard Docker. That is official now. Now that we got
I'll
the
put
full
this up here in a
return,
second so everybody can see.
we
Hello,
got
Adam F. and Yukon, all our new viewers today. I'm seeing some new names here already in the chat. Great to see everyone here. Make sure to drop us, I would say, subscribe to us here, turn your notifications on. So we are covering, like, you know, we're planning to cover July 1st, free agency day. So make sure it falls for that. So not just Panthers coverage. So we're doing NHL coverage and trying to bring the best to all of the YouTube fans out here, and appreciate all the new follows and subscribers. Nick?
Yeah. Just seeing this for a sec. Just give me 1 minute. Hold on a minute.
That's all right. We're going to be clicking around today. So I'm
Clicking around here.
I've got TSN on my screen here. I've got everyone here in the chat. Nick's going to be tracking on X there along with Carly behind the scenes.
I just put up the Philly trade details just so everybody can check it out and stuff. But question on the Rantanen possibilities, maybe this summer if he doesn't sign an extension and gets traded tonight. Do you guys see a possibility of maybe Florida going after him in the summer, since they're known to kind of go after him here in the trade deadline?
Let's go to Banksy.
I do believe so. You know, Zito usually pokes around, you know, players, prospects that he really likes, and he doesn't really give up. And if there's that much smoke around Rantanen come down to Florida, you better believe that Zito will take a swing and try to bring him in. You know, and one of the things that I always talk about is how is this going to affect the Panthers going forward as far as their free agents. And I know a lot of fans are wondering about what's going on with Sam Bennett, what's going on with Aaron Ekblad and everything. And if we're already swinging for Rantanen right now, I think that pretty much can tell you where we're going to be with those two players.
Yeah, because if Zito holds everything close to his vest, Banksy, and when you hear the Panthers are in on a name, like that's not a smoke screen. That's like, oh, information got out there. Maybe Zito's like, well, I didn't want that to get out there. But I think Zito's very strategic in that too, Caesar and Nick, of when.
I was going to say, because Seth Jones was known to be around.
Hello, Ryan, our moderator.
Right? Seth Jones was a name that was floating around for a while now, and Zito made that happen this year. So I could definitely see that happening. And
we didn't know if Seth was going to be available though, Caesar, because there had to be retention on that deal. So I mentioned a lot from Chicago, but with that contract, I don't think Zito was going to touch that, or any team really. So there had to be some type of maneuvering there if Seth Jones was going to move. The whole thing that changed there is when he said he wanted out. So that accelerated the process there.
That is true. So question here, kind of to piggyback off that, Rantanen, do you think, is this from his side and maybe from his agent's side? He's like, maybe let's hold off on getting traded and signing a deal, because you have an opportunity this offseason to choose who you want to be with, where you want to go. Do you think that's kind of holding up maybe that trade and sign deal here?
Or Nick, is it just about and cents?
You know, I don't know.
He has a cup.
He does have a cup. It's like $12 million over 8 years, what Darren Drager said. I've heard different numbers. Let's assume it's in the $12 to $12.5 million range, right? Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, right? And Dallas is offering him that. Obviously, they have the same no state income tax advantage that we do, the Panthers, right? So now it calls into question, okay, what really is going on? You know, a lot of speculation out there about, okay, is this a money thing? Is this a destination preference thing? Is it he wants to test the market? I don't know because frankly, if the insiders don't know, I'm not going to probably know, right? And that's been the one thing I've noticed. And yes, Matthew, it is the day. This is my second favorite day of the year.
Yeah, so if you guys
Maybe third, but
need to cut in on Nick, just cut in because he is wired to the max.
I am ready to go. But you take a look.
I need him like this for game 40 of the regular season.
Well, we got to pace ourselves. We got to pace ourselves, right? Like our team, right? We
don't need you to crash like Ryan did last week with the news of Spencer.
Well, I'm not, but I don't get attached to players. You know that, Kirby. But
there you go, Ryan.
Yes. But I think, like Banksy, you know this, like, right? It's like none of the insiders had a clue what was going on when it came to this. Like everybody was saying something different. The rumors were so confusing. And then the trade itself becomes probably even more confusing. I mean, I have no clue. No clue what's going to happen. I have no clue what's not just for the Panthers, but around the league. Obviously, name I mentioned is Brock Besser. Name that has been mentioned out there. Brock Besser.
I told you guys last night.
Scott Lawton.
Hold on, I told you guys on Spaces last night. You're like Brock Nelson to Florida. I'm like, I don't see it.
I
don't see it.
And so, a couple names out there that have been mentioned in trade talks. Let me say that is Brock Besser, Scott Lawton. Was Dylan Cousins prior to getting traded? Obviously,
is Toronto in on him right now?
I have no clue. There is. He is not. He is not on the ice for practice today for Philadelphia. So,
because Toronto's got to make a move here down the middle of the ice or something up front.
They have yet to make a move. Last I checked, they were in on. Let me see. Yeah, they were in on Lawton and Brandon Tanev. So we'll see what happens. But I'm just clicking around here. Sorry if I'm a little.
They're going to make a move. They got rid of Reeves for a reason. I mean, he's not just dead weight on the roster, not really providing anything, but they needed that cap space. So that tells me that there is something coming on. But as you were saying about Rantanen, this whole thing, I think it's been consistent on Rantanen's side, right? So he basically turned down any kind of contract that, Colorado tried, giving him. They tried giving him 10, 11 million around there for 8 years. And he said, no, that's okay. And they're like, listen, we're not going to lose him for nothing. So let's go trade him. And they got a pretty good package for him. And now Carolina's kind of left there dealing with what Colorado was dealing with, and now they don't really have anything to show for it right now because they tried to sign him, and now they can't get Rantanen to actually sign an extension deal with any of these teams. So Colorado is actually coming out of this like bandits, and Carolina's there just holding the bag, hoping that they're going to get something for him. But Rantanen, I think, is going to go to free agency.
And you take a look, like Colorado, they got Drury, they got Brock Nelson, and they got Martin Necas. And they already have Nathan McKinnon and Cal McCarr. Take a look. Nate's is a pretty good player. He's an 85, 90-point player, potentially. Really good player. You put him with Nate the McKinnon, forget about it, right? So you're able to add a pretty elite winger, in my opinion, and Martin Necas, able to add up on the center depth all around your lineup. And it gives you the cap space to move for like a Ryan Lindgren on a bottom pair. You're able to maybe fill in a bottom pair role here, a second line center, still get a top line forward. And a guy like Drury, you're able to get a multitude of pieces that I think you replaced Rantanen pretty well with Necas. Add Nelson to that, plus the other depth pieces. I think it was a really good trade. And that's the thing. Like Eric Tolsky, the general manager of the Carolina Hurricanes, everybody was like, wow, what a deal. What is Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic doing? I mean, they're looking pretty freaking smart right now, aren't they?
I want to get this comment here by Antonio. Thanks for joining us here, Antonio. I thought of this a while back. So Rantanen, at the end of the day, he has to make that decision if he wanted to leave Colorado. But there comes a point when there's this friction between organization and player, and where you see players fire their agent on the spot and hire a new agency when they are looking at UFA free agency ahead. Mikko never did that. So this is the big thing that I want to hear from all of this right now, because obviously the agent's pushing hard, but that's got to come from the player as well there, Banksy, right?
Yeah, and agents is there to make the best decision or help guide the best decision for the player. Yeah, correct. So, I mean, if he thinks on the open market, Mikko can get a better deal, he can go wherever he wants. Of course, he's going to coach his, player to, take that side. Carolina be damned. So, when he comes to Tolsky and everything, what does he have to offer him? I mean, he's going to try and offer him more than 12 and a half. I mean, it's still, to me, for the Hurricanes, it doesn't move the needle for them. They need something else there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing. We haven't seen this. I don't know in recent era, Nick. You might go back to maybe some pre-cap era situations around the deadline like this with Rantanen. A team like Carolina that we've talked about, Nick, a lot with our post-game shows over here on the YouTube channel side. This year, it's wide open. You don't have a team running away as the President's Cup where you don't have like, okay, these are the 2-3 teams that can only win the Stanley Cup, right? Like if you're Carolina, if you're Toronto, if your team's out west right now, like the West, it's going to be a gauntlet again to get through here, right? You look at the Winnipegs and Minnesotas, obviously Vegas and Edmonton that have been there consistently time after time. Vancouver just trying to get in at this point. If they get in as an 8th seed, that's kind of dangerous. But, there's a lot of drama and things going on behind the scenes in Vancouver there. We're getting some comments here on the Rangers, what they're going to do. That's been an intriguing team. Like, are you buying? Are you selling? Well, they're kind of doing both. Moving this guy out, bringing this guy in. Lindgren trade that we talked about last week on Cats and Rats After Dark there, Nick, going to Colorado. So you kind of wonder what a team like the Rangers is doing. So there's a lot of these teams in flux, like New York, Vancouver. But yeah, this year, as a Panther fan myself, with defending Stanley Cup champions, this year is wide open to teams here in the playoffs. Anything can happen. Who's hot down the stretch? Matchup based in the first round. Really look and keep an eye on that. So yeah, it's very interesting here, and obviously Mikko Rantanen is going to take up a lot of oxygen here today, rightfully so.
I'll just add with that, Florida obviously is on top of their game right now. They're shutting everybody down. They're playing their neutral zone. Maurice masterclass, if you want to call it that, the last couple of games, like perfect. And if that's the way that they're going to play for the rest of the season, good luck. And Florida is definitely going for who they want to play, who they think is going to be there, either in a wild card spot, because they're going for the top. They're going to go for whoever's in the wild card and try to get that matchup, because I don't know if you want to see Tampa in the first round again with how they've been playing and who they just picked up. And then you have Toronto, who looks different this year. They still have to prove it, in my opinion. But, do you want to see, either of those teams in the first round?
Yeah. And I just want to add to Antonio's comment here, Adam, as well. Yeah, we found that out last night. We were doing some digging there. We're like, who's Rantanen's agent? And it's, is it Octagon Agency, I believe there, Nick, with Leon Draisaitl. We mentioned some other names that are eluding me right now. I think Alan Walsh is part of that agency.
From last night, yes, that seemed to be it.
Yeah. And Antonio's saying here 12 million. I'm saying the number for Florida, it has to be at 12 and a half. And any contender team like the Blackhawks, like Antonio mentioned, poverty teams down at the bottom, they can meet him at his ask of 14 million or right around that number where Rantanen's asking for. But if you want to go to a contender with the cap going up, everyone has to understand this. I got a tweet here from Paul Purcelli. I think with the price tag, the Cats are out. 12 million is more than Bob and Barkov. They're not out at 12, right, Nick?
No, I don't think so. I don't think, again, every time we think we know something about Bill Zito, he says, no, you don't. And it doesn't matter. It's like, you don't know shit about me, right?
There, right? We never know with Bill Zito, but the cap going up, I don't think 12 is a number in Banks.
Right, especially when, obviously almost certainly somebody would be coming off the roster in a speculative trade. And you really take a look at how little we're paying our current, core, right? Like Barkov makes 10. Chuck makes 9.5. Reinhart makes 8.6, right? You start to look at it, Forsling and Jones are locked up, right? So it's like, you kind of look at it, it's like we do have the money to kind of have a similar cap structure for the next coming years if we do get a Rantanen signed long-term that we've had for the last couple of years, right? And we're spending $10 million on a goalie, right? I don't suspect that's going to be the case when Bob's contract expires. So where's that money going? Well, some of it can go to the defense. Some of it might be taken away. Could go to Rantanen. I don't know. But for a player like Mikko Rantanen, this guy is one of the greatest playoff performers that I've ever seen. This guy's got 101 playoff points in 81 playoff games. So
I got that from Carly there in the chat.
Yeah, and actually, as it sounds out, it looks like the Dallas Stars are going to get him. Elliot Friedman says the Stars are closing in.
Wow.
8-year, $12 million AAV extension. So scratch that.
Wow.
Looks like, yeah.
So are we going to hear the names now? This is the deal.
He's
Probably
settling for the $12 million, it looks like. So We'll see what
Wow.
happens. So yeah.
So there's the number. Yeah, I was thinking even 12.5.
Wow. Okay. So I guess maybe they were just stuck on the years.
No, I think it was the salary cap. I don't know why he would just settle for 12, but looks like that's where he's going. But
He was
Elliot,
gonna get
it's not done, but it looks like
the max years.
yeah. So we'll see what happens for Florida. I assume they already know that. Yeah, Darren Drager just tweeted it. So it looks like that's going to be the case. And Pierre LeBrun reposted what Darren Drager said. So yeah, looks like Mikko Rantanen is off the trade block. Yep, he's off the trade block, and we'll see what other options are here. That is a really good deal for Dallas, though.
Now Frank's here. He's from our community there, Panthers fan. Would have cost Lundell or Sammy, but I would have. Yeah, that's fair. It could have cost more.
Yeah.
So I want to keep, and Banksy is part of the Lundell fan club. I think you hold on to Lundell in the situation because he's your future 2C, which I truly believe. Banksy, I think you're with me there. So that's a name I would kind of want to leave out, but you got to include names like the Verhaeghes, Mackie Samoskevich, if you're in on this deal, the Jack Devines, the first round picks. These are things that they would be asking for, Banksy.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the thing is that, you know, as well as Samoskevich has come on this season, because I was a little bit low on him to start, he has starting to pick it up, and, you know, he's got 4 goals in his last 7 games, but he's by far from being a finished product at this point. And if you have the chance to bring in a Rantanen to really bolster your top line and go in for another cup, you know, it's just, I'm happy that we're even part of the conversation. If this was 10 years ago, good luck. I know Dale Talon would definitely be calling, but doesn't mean that he would have got it done. But still, Florida's in on every major player now because of what they have been able to build, what their identity is, and what they're continuing to try and achieve, again, which is back-to-back cups.
Just like Doom said there in our chat, that's D'Lo. I'm happy that Zito gave it a go, at least for Rant. Yeah, because it's not just now, Banksy, but a guy like that is for the contending window. So if you're Tampa Bay, if you're Florida, obviously with Carolina here, and Dallas, like this team like Dallas, like they have to take that next jump and that next step here in the playoffs. And in our chat here mentioning, and I was looking at this last night too, it looks like there could be a Dallas-Colorado matchup with Minnesota maybe dropping down and Colorado bumping up. So that would be a very intriguing first-round matchup if you have that with the Dallas Stars and Colorado Avalanche there. Eric Tulsky has to be fired. That's a name that I think if Vince was here today, Nick, he'd be standing up for him. He's that new age analytics, new age. Vince wants those fresh faces in, and that's a name there. So he's got good, I guess, feedback and reports from the work that he's done so far in Carolina. But it'll be interesting how this Rantanen situation. Nick, I wouldn't put it on one person, this Rantanen situation. It's been a whole drama.
It's been something. So just looking at that, yeah, $12 million seems to be what Elliot Friedman's reporting. But yeah, I mean, this is just a mess from the start. And as I said earlier, I'm like, I don't know if you're Eric Tulsky, how in the world do you let this guy come in? And now you've lost Martin Necas and Mikko Rantanen and Jacques Drury, and who knows what the hell they're going to get. I have no clue.
What was the offer that Colorado proposed to Rantanen?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you.
Never come out officially. I'm not sure on that.
Okay. Because that'd be interesting to see if maybe they offered him the same amount.
And Matthew actually brings up a really good point. I think we will see now a big flurry of trades around the league. I think so too. I think this is holding a lot of stuff up. Okay. Now that Nelson and Rantanen are off the block.
People know how much money they have now if they're in on him.
Right. So now it's like, okay, I think people have already had their backup plans. I don't know if Zito's one of them.
And it could be, especially now that he won't be in the free agent market this offseason. Maybe Zito pulls something to get maybe another young defenseman. Who knows?
Hope so.
What do you guys think?
Banksy, what do you think on that? Because I think that just on the Panthers side of things, I think they're high on Nate Schmidt. So I don't know if they're looking at another name at this point with bringing Seth Jones. That's a minute eater. I think fans, they see the one move and they look at it and they're like, well, we need to add someone else. But Seth Jones going to eat up a lot of minutes, and he's an all-purpose player.
He definitely is. So he's actually checked a couple of the boxes that I think Florida's needed this season with the departure of Money Montour, Oliver Ekman Larson, who basically changed his identity for the Panthers last year, which was great to see. But, you know, you have to think again, is Zito thinking about right now, this window, this year, or is he thinking about in the future, is he going to be able to acquire another young defenseman so that way he has at least 4 defensemen signed into next year while still having Nate Schmidt? You do have Kulikov that signed long-term. And then what do you do with Uvis? I mean, is he going to be your 7th or 8th now, or are they going to put him back down at the checkers? So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Zito's always kind of thinking towards the future. If he does get a young defenseman, it definitely is for now and for the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, good points there, Banksy. And our co-host Cody, that's not with us today. We miss you, Cody. He'll be here, I believe, on July 1st. He's talked about with the Kulikov contract, he's playing too well right now. So let me just preface that first. But if not, down the road here, you can bury that contract completely in the minors. All the owners have to do is just pay the real cash. And that contract is like 100%. You can bury that in the minors. So Zito always working every little dollar and cents and things like that to make it work out. Not just now for the short term, but the long term as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was actually really surprised when we got on today that the first top trade target was Bowen Byram. I mean, that's a guy that I would love to get my hands on. But, you know, maybe there is a little bit of smoke out there. I know Yuki Haru is still out there. They scratched him, so we have to wonder if there's something going on there. Because Cousins is now gone. Is Buffalo finally going to start selling off what they need to? And then,
that's Nick's guy.
Yep. And then, again, you know, you have Scott Lawton, too. Where's he going? You know, he's had a lot of smoke under him too. Are Philly finally gonna, you know, let him go? I mean, I don't know why Rantanen would stop, you know, anybody else from getting him. Like maybe the Stars were circling around him if they couldn't get Rantanen.
And we have our nice overlay there. Caesar putting a lot of great work here on Cats and Rats side. We'll be updating that as we go along. Different top trade targets, things that Nick's clearing out there. Names are coming. This is a name that's at the top of my list, David T. Brandon Tanev. This is a name that I've really bought into. I don't know if it was Nick or Cody that originally mentioned it to me, but he moved up my list. So did Vejmelka, but good job for Vejmelka getting the bag there in Utah, because that $4.5 million number or whatever, or right around that, that's not what the Panthers were going to do in that situation with moving Spencer Knight. But when it comes to the Panthers, I do like possibility of adding Brandon Tanev. But Nick, we got your guy, and I was watching him late last night. There's some highlights I put over there on our Instagram side and the story side. Nico there from the Sharks. That's your guy there. You like?
Yeah, I mean, this is the Kevin Stenlund replacement, right? And I think when you take a look at what we were missing this year, and again, Kevin Stenlund, I've been talking about fourth line center and minute allocation since we lost to Vegas in what was that, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
So I really think that personally for me, I think that this is a really good move. This is a guy I've talked about for a while. Sorry about that. Just checking something. This is a move for me that, like, you get an elite face-off guy in Nico Sturm and a guy that could kill penalties, a guy that can move pretty well. He's got some hands. So I think it's a really good move. You take a look at Tomas Nosek. I mean, it just wasn't, you know, it wasn't going to happen. I mean, we could not have. I agree with you, Kirby. He was all right, but it's like, there was a real gap there in the fourth line centers. And you keep sending me, giving me the floor when trades are happening. So maybe you should throw to me more. The Winnipeg Jets have acquired Luke Schenn from the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for a 2nd and 4th round pick. This is according to Elliot Friedman, Chris Johnson, Darren Drager. So that is the trade. Now we know that Winnipeg, they were talking about it a lot. Are they going to make a move? They needed a heavy defenseman, Ristolainen, and others have been mentioned there. Brock Nelson, a name they were in on before they lost out on him. But Luke Schenn, what do we guys think? A 2nd and a 4th?
I just want to add to Banksy here. Doesn't Luke Schenn just fit the identity of the Jets? We talk about always heavy teams that can contend for the Stanley Cup. That's always kind of been the Jets' DNA. And the interesting thing here, Banksy, is it's funny that Kyle Dubas, the former Leafs GM, is playing the middleman here, probably keeping Luke Schenn away from the Leafs, because that was a name that they were in on to try to bring back to Toronto. And he played very effective a couple years back for the Leafs. I thought he was one of their best defensemen in the playoffs.
He definitely was, and I mean, he gave them something that they had not had in their identity, which was sandpaper and grit, and somebody that is actually able to play the defensive position. I mean, let's be honest here. And the fact is, he was able to get Shen for basically, I'll just say nothing because it's Michael Bunting. I mean, he may do okay down in Nashville, but the fact that he was able to turn Bunting into Novak and Shen, and now he just turned Shen into second and fourth. And we didn't even talk about this trade. He traded Bolivier for a second to Washington. So he's garnering all this cap capital right now. So you can see right now that Pittsburgh is going to start, possibly a mini rebuild or a retool. And how you do that is by picking up all that extra draft capital. But as far as the Jets go, makes them heavier, makes them deeper. And that is now a defensive core that I do not want to see in the first or second round because they are going to be pounding people into the boards.
Yeah, Nick, who does that bring down now from the Jets depth chart perspective?
I will take a look at that.
I know Logan Stanley's in
Logan Stanley. So actually, the interesting thing about it is, like, you take a look at guys like Brendan Dillon and other guys. They were actually really small defense core this year. They were a different defensive group this year. You take a look at their top three defensemen. It was Morrissey, DeMello, and Pionk. I think
pretty
they're
good.
all at least. It's pretty good, but it's small. It's not heavy.
But Pionk, he plays bigger than his size.
Right, but it's like they wanted some size and physicality to the blue line. They were looking at Ristolainen and some other options there. So this is a really nice move. And again, it keeps Luke Shen away from the Toronto Maple Leafs for Pittsburgh. I think this is an excellent move. I like what they're doing. You get Tommy Novak, who I think is a really nice young NHL player. Kirby, you've talked about him in the past.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna
third line there that was in Nashville.
I think you get him and Tomasino there, and it's like that's like a really nice group of young players that it didn't take much to acquire, and you're obviously able to acquire cap. But Novak, a player you kind of want for that retool, a young player with some skill there, and then you're able to get some players, right? It's like you talk about like the second round picks, the fourth round picks, they're kind of loading up there a little bit. So I think they could have gotten more for Gensel, and I said that last year, but I really like what they're starting to do now. And we'll see what other names could be on the move there. So, and they moved Marcus Pettersson, I believe, right? For a first round pick. Yeah, they got a first round pick too. So it's like
a couple weeks ago on After Dark.
Yeah, so they're really starting to get that cap space, number one, and number two, they're going to get those picks. So I really like what they're doing, and maybe trying to get a more of a retool, kind of similar to what Washington did. So we'll see.
So we'll reset here a little bit. Just want to give a shout out again to our sponsors, Caneswear. Make sure to check them out locally in Davie, or again at pantherswear.com. That's pantherswear, wear.com. And make sure to check out our new sponsor, Jeremy Beckham. He's on a conference right now, if I'm not mistaken, in Nashville, but he's joined us here in the chat. So shout out to you, Jeremy. Make sure to hit him up at becksellsfla.com if you're looking for a new house, or you can give him a call at 772-475-5371 now. You'll be glad you did. What do we got here, Caesar?
Well, this is the Dallas Stars is officially looks like Mikko Rantanen has officially signed the deal, and it looks like we're still waiting for the details on the Dallas side of what they gave up, but it looks like it's a done deal, guys.
Thought Nick, probably Stankoven, that name that was floated around last night.
Yeah, the deal wasn't the problem, it was the extension. So now that they got that sorted out, we're going to probably hear it in the coming minutes or whatever. But now we're going to start to see what else happens throughout.
Oh, Maverick Bork as well, maybe. So they're going to be getting maybe 3-4 pieces back in this if you're talking draft picks as well.
I mean, they've lost Martin Necas, Mikko Rantanen, and Jake Gensel in the last 9 months. I mean, that's
you lose those.
You're losing a lot of talent, man. Like
you're losing the short term.
Unacceptable.
But the guys are going to be bringing in, Nick, are going to be adding to whatever they have. But again, we talk about Carolina, and our host Cody will always say it's those difference maker players. And I don't know you're going to get this in the return now for Rantanen, but you are getting stuff that you can build on moving forward. But again, the Gensels, the Rantanens, I'm not sure Carolina's direction here. Maybe they get out of the Metro. Banksy, I know Banksy, you and I are high on the Devils. We call them frauds. And with the injury of Jack Hughes, there's a possibility there. Washington, I don't think they're just going to push towards the Eastern Conference Finals, Stanley Cup. You got to learn to lose before you win. I know they have Alexander Ovechkin there, and they're kind of riding off of that magic carpet ride to NHL all-time goal scoring leader record here. But again, there's a lot of young guys on Washington. A lot of new guys are acclimating, not to mention their young head coach and Spencer Carberry.
They've been an aberration this year. I mean, you saw that they had some pieces last year, and the big thing about it is this just going to be for Ovi? I mean, are they just going to try and get him over the goal record, and then that's going to be it? And then they're going to retool or rebuild, and they're a completely different team this year. Everybody's bought into the system. Everybody's playing well. They have their goaltender now, and Thompson, who again just he's playing out of his mind and earned his contract. So I don't see anybody really taking out Washington right now. I know that Florida's had a little bit of trouble with them in the regular season, but as we know, the games that matter are not played in October and November. It's played in April, May, June, and July. Not July, but
maybe with COVID.
Yeah, hey, I mean August, man, that was rough. So I don't think anybody's going to contend with Washington. You have New Jersey, who again, I never once thought they were going to be intimidating or somebody that was going to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. They don't have the pieces there. For whatever you want to say about Jack Hughes, I'm not a huge believer in him. I think he's one-dimensional, and he showed himself out in the Four Nations, and unfortunately he got hurt. But I don't think he, unfortunately, is going to get them to where they need to go.
What's this?
We have an in-division trade. Well, sort of. The Toronto Maple Leafs, according to David Pagnotta, have acquired center Scott Lawton from the Philadelphia Flyers. And this is obviously coming after the Mikko Rantanen trade. I think we're going to see a lot more of trades like this.
There we go.
But this is a name that's been mentioned for years. This is a name that's been mentioned at least for quite a while. And they finally get him. The return is not yet available, but as of right now, that's all we have. But Scott Lawton is headed to the Toronto Maple Leafs.
So I just want to jump in here. Shout out to Ben overseas in Wales. Thanks for joining us here in late night hours, Ben. Also shout out to Parrish, always here with us on all of our channels. This is a name, Nick, Banksy, Caesar, that Toronto has been talking about. They released an article on The Athletic, if I'm not mistaken. Jonas Siegel and maybe James Myrtle. They had the top 20 watch list for the Leafs when it came to just centers, I think it was. So they were definitely in on the center market here.
So yeah, I think it's really sorry. What the hell? Okay, so
hey, this is what we were asking for, right?
Darren Drager has reported that Brandon Tanev is headed to the Winnipeg Jets for a second-round pick in 2027. Yeah, I mean that's
he's going out west, but that's a guy on.
Yeah, that's a guy I really wanted, but Toronto doesn't get him, so that is good news there. But
Tanev brothers reunited in Toronto, I guess.
Mm-hmm, yeah, so. And Winnipeg. So no, my apologies.
Now I want to tell a story here. I used to call Kevin Cheveldayoff, Stan Pat Kevin Cheveldayoff, and this is something I shared in our podcast. He's one of those friends back in the day. You can't maybe say that now. He would be playing a poker game with you, and he's not going in on hands. And you turn to your buddy or across from you, and you're like, "It's been 45 minutes now, and you haven't played a hand. What are you doing here? Are you just hanging out?" Stand back, Kevin Cheveldayoff. Those days might be long over. And what happened to Winnipeg last year by really getting humbled by Colorado in that first round, gentlemen. They're in here maybe more than they've ever been. I know when they went in on Paul Stastny there, Nick, 5 years back, I think when they went all the way to the Western Conference Final against Vegas. But this year, this could be the biggest kind of push for Winnipeg here. And they've got the core pieces established there. Kyle Connor, Mark Scheifele, Connor Hellebuck, Morrissey on the back end. So it's just adding those secondary core pieces, those secondary rentals positions here. And they're doing it not only up front with Tanev, but they also did on the blue line that we just mentioned earlier in Shin.
So who are they loading up against, do you think? Is this a response to what Colorado's doing? Is it to go
And
against
Dallas,
Edmonton?
I would say.
Exactly. Edmonton, Golden Knights. I mean, what
They're
team are they
situating
trying
themselves really good. Sorry to interrupt there, Banksy. If you look
Yeah.
ahead to a Western Conference final matchup to Vegas or Edmonton, I think they're really situating well there.
Yeah, I mean, you got that depth forward that you need. Who plays a heavy and fast game, and then you have the bruiser on the back end that will help. I guess get them the puck up earlier because Shen does move the puck up really well when he separates a guy. So I really like the two moves that they made. To me, now that they're actually, I mean, outside of the points and where they're at, probably a top 2 team in the West. I mean, I don't know who else could take it from them right now. I mean, everybody's so heavy on Edmonton. To me, they haven't done anything. Colorado, to me, is looking pretty good, and now you have Dallas. So I would have to put the Jets in the top 2, though.
Yeah, a big stock up. Yeah, just to interrupt. Sorry there. Big stock up arrow for the Central Division contender teams. And I'm with Don Bania, by the way. Hello, Don Bania over there in Finland. Thank you for joining us. I've always been a big proponent of Winnipeg, and they've kind of scared me off here with their lack of playoff success. So I got a wait and see approach as well when it comes to Winnipeg, Don Bania. But I do like these moves that they're making here today.
So sorry, now you have my full undivided attention. You've been throwing to me at the. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Oh, another trade alert coming. I'll be looking.
We're all distracted, so all good.
So yeah, I just wanted to talk on a couple of different points. Number one, Scott Law, and obviously a trade that's been mentioned for a while. It gives Toronto Matthews, Tavares, Lawton down the middle. Who knows what they gave up? I wonder if they gave up one of those prospects. I don't think they should or even would, but who knows? The price on Lawton was very high.
Oh, you're talking when it comes to the lease with Cowan or Minton?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about who's the other one?
Cowan, Minton. I'm trying to think of the other one.
There's another one. Maybe McMahon's part of the. I have no clue.
Oh, on the roster.
Yeah, I have no clue.
McMahon? Oh.
I mean, the price on Lawton was high. I could be completely wrong. I doubt it, but we'll see.
I don't think they're looking to subtract, Nick.
On Winnipeg, I really like these moves for them. It kind of gives them that playoff bite that they needed. And you take a look at Cheveldayoff. He went all in last year with Toffoli and Sean Monahan, right? So, he's going for it. And Toffoli and Monahan, those aren't
I'm not a big Monahan guy.
But those aren't insignificant moves.
No, they're not. But I didn't think it was a needle mover, just personally speaking.
Well, him and Toffoli?
I think it was Shen and Tanev here that I'm kind of high on, especially as maybe a third line guy. And that, oh man, can you imagine? We talked about Brandon Tanev in Florida. Can you imagine Brandon Tanev in the whiteout in Winnipeg, first shift?
Well, he used to play for Winnipeg. I think he used to play for Winnipeg.
Yes. Okay.
So, I mean, they're bringing
not
him back.
the same player that he was later on.
No, but I mean, this is obviously, could be a reaction to, and I don't know what else Winnipeg's got going on. They still have a second line center that they need. So we'll see what happens there. But
that comes at a premium.
Yeah, I know. And take a look at this deadline. Who knows what it could cost, right? But it's it's Shen, Tanev. Obviously, there could be more. And you take a look at that Central Division, very similar to last year. Remember Vegas and Colorado? Last year's West playoffs were brutal.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it's going to be no different. And you take a look at the East is wide open. So
I was going to say that Colorado Dallas, if that ends up being a series, would that
be similar to what Dallas and Vegas did last year?
Sign me up.
Yeah, right. Dallas and Vegas, Banks. So you had one team that legitimately people were saying will and can win a Stanley Cup, and one of them's not in the first round, right? So that's crazy, and it's gonna be fun. I'm glad we're not a fan of a Western Conference team. That's all I'm saying. But and you take a look at all those groups, and not to diminish Edmonton, but it was kind of weird. You take a look at Edmonton when it came to Colorado, Dallas, Vegas. Probably could have had him third or fourth on that list last year to really that would have been my fourth choice probably. Mm-hmm. Maybe I even would have had Winnipeg ahead of them, right? That's another one that we said could have legitimately won a Stanley Cup. They're out in the first round. So I don't know. I mean, if you're a wild card team, good luck. I mean, I have no clue what the hell you're going to do. But I think it's also really interesting. And Banksy, I wanted to ask you about this. What is you take a look, obviously, could it mean for the Eastern Conference? The Panthers, you take a look at their top 9 and their forwards. Boqvist, Sturm, and Greer are the fourth line right now.
Mm-hmm.
anybody you'd be moving down, it'd be a Mackey or Lusto or Erod. They don't need to make a move up front, but
No.
And that's when they're fully healthy. That is considering Kachuk coming off LTIR. What do you think they could possibly be looking at? Because they still have money, and if you have the money, use it, right?
No,
I was going to say, kind of
mhm.
to piggyback off that, like, was there a veteran guy out there that kind of like an Opozo when we got last year that would probably fill in as a depth player?
Yeah. I don't know.
That part I honestly don't know, but I think it comes back again to the future and young defensemen. I honestly think that Zito's got to have his eye on that because over these last 2 seasons, last season and coming into this season, they're going to have to turn over the D-core, whether they like it or not. So does he want to get ahead of that right now? Is he going to have somebody that can come in and contribute right now? So we don't need anybody in forward. He addressed the 4C. Do we need another winger right now? I'm actually pretty happy with how everything's kind of turned out. You can throw Boquist anywhere in the lineup. You can throw Erod anywhere in the lineup. You can almost throw any Panthers player in any slot right now, and it'll be fine. And they're all utility players. So that's one, I guess, strength that they have that they don't have to worry about. I still personally am wondering again about the defense and what they're going to be able to do going into next season. But we'll see.
I feel like if you have the money and if you're not too, if you're not sold on like adding a forward, which I know some people have been, why not? If you have the money and it's not going to cost much, go get a Henry Jokiharju. You can never have too much defensive depth, right? Right. So it's like it would make sense.
Always that, Nick. We always
but I mean, like, I'm not telling you what they might do, but like, is that it's 3.1 million for Jokiharju? You have 4.1. I don't assume it costs too much. I mean, why not just add the extra depth on the back end? It's my question, right? It's like it kind of seems like a no-brainer almost, right? Like
no-brainer when you have the cap space,
right? It's free money. Like it's not like and it's a guy like that you could re-sign next year potentially, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That makes sense to me. We'll see what happens, but we'll see what happens. But that's what I would do. I was looking at the forward core. I'm like, I was looking at it. It's like, let's go through it. Like Verhaeghe, Barkov, Reinhart, Samoskevich, Bennett, when healthy, Kachuk, Lundell, Luostarinen, Rodriguez, Sturm, Boqvist, Greer. Where the hell are you? If you get Kyle Palmieri or somebody else,
I didn't like the Kyle Palmieri.
Yeah, but hypothetically, you get Kyle Palmieri. Where the hell is
where does he fit? Isn't that
where does he fit?
What if he doesn't fit over?
Why you're not going to move Erod down?
What if he doesn't fit over a Boqvist, and we already know what Boqvist is bringing to this team? It's worse than a lateral.
If you're looking for a top 9 scoring forward, what the hell? What happens? You're going to move Erod or Luostarinen down? Now that would be very good, right? Like that's a deep team, but it's like it doesn't really make much sense.
That's the part where you mess with chemistry. Fans that don't want to bring in whatever team you're cheering for here, and thank you for everyone joining us here on our first ever YouTube live stream. When it comes to the trade deadline. But Nick, that's where you start to mess with chemistry and Banksy. When you bring in a guy like a Kyle Palmieri. I don't care if you bring in a guy like Mikko Rantanen or fans back when the trade happened, Matthew Tkachuk. You figure that out. But when it comes to a Kyle Palmieri name, I think that's where you're messing with things, the Erods, the Lustos, the Boqvist.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I was going to say, if that were to happen, if you're to bring in a Palmieri and you don't have room for him, one of the guys has got to go. I mean, that's the other thing too is, are you going to send out a contract? I mean, is an Erod going to go? Or, I know AJ Greer is, he's supposed to be the Lamborghini replacement. Like, who are you going to then get rid of or off the roster to make that happen? So
we have an update on the return for Scott Lawton. And it's Nikita Grabenkin.
Okay.
Oh, the funny Russian guy.
Yeah, and a first-round pick. So
okay.
I don't know how good of a prospect Grabenkin was.
Grabenkin, he played a bit with them this year, right?
Yeah, yes. And it's a conditional 2026 first, Grabenkin for Scott.
Am I right on this? Forecheck, back check?
Yes. I don't know how I don't know how good of a prospect he is, but
he's got energy. He gets in on the forecheck. He kind of like as us as Panther fans, he kind of plays that style. Get in on the forecheck, try to play that board game. He played pretty well when he came up for Toronto. I want to say, Nick, it might have been for a half dozen or so games. give or take.
Yeah, he played in the game at home when the Panthers played Toronto. I think they've only played against Toronto once this year.
I feel like great games, but
yeah, he was in that game at Amerant Bank Arena.
He should fit in well with Torts then if that's going to be his game, being on the forecheck and be a little bit more of a physical presence. I think he would fit in just nicely. So they get a prospect and then they get a first that, Philly was asking for. Not a bad deal, but, let's see what Lawton is able to do and see if he can mesh with the core four up there. I'm still not bought in.
Still wondering, like, when you talk about Philadelphia, what they're doing here today, what their vision is. A team like that would be in the Metro that you can kind of equate to Detroit, but not quite, Nick, because Detroit has all this money invested into kind of older veterans where they're trying to build around a younger model and a younger culture there with Tortorella, which is very interesting. I think Tortorella sometimes gets a bad rap with how he deals with younger players and things like that because certain situations are very isolated and they get out there on social media. I think for the most part in the room, if you're a Tortorella guy, a lot of these guys will leave Philadelphia down the road and say, a guy like Lawton today. And I think he'll speak fairly highly of Tortorella. So, yeah, it's different from fan perception and social media perception than what's in the room.
Speaking of Lawton, there's actually more to the trade. The Flyers retain 50% and Toronto gets a fourth and a sixth. So not terrible for Toronto. I don't know what Lawton was making $3 million, right? And they had 2.9, right? Toronto
After the waiving, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that was more cap compliant thing. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, that's actually not a terrible deal. You get a couple draft picks, you get a third line center for a conditional first and a prospect who I don't know how good he is, but it's not a terrible trade for Toronto. It's a need. And when you take a look at everybody else, the prices they've been paying, that's something. So the first round picks seem to be just going around like whatever, like they don't even care anymore, right? So, but that's what you see now in the NHL. So more trades to come, obviously, but I'll keep you guys updated.
We've been going for an hour here on our first ever live stream NHL trade deadline coverage. Appreciate everyone being here, and a shout out to our sponsors, Caneswear and Jeremy Beckham at BeckSellsFLA.com. .ca or sorry. Get that in there.
So who's next? Who's the next one to move here? What teams need to make a move after everything that's happened in the last 45 minutes?
We still have Bowen Bryant. It's the name to watch out for. Brock Besser. Scott Landon just got traded, right?
Scott Lawton, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I just need to update that here, folks.
Thank you, Caesar.
Yeah, it'll be.
Brock is a name that you mentioned there, Caesar, that we haven't got into. We talked about him a little bit last night on our post-game show.
Yeah. So where do you see him possibly going here in the next 2 hours or so?
Nick?
I think Florida could potentially be an option. I also think Carolina, depending on what they get, could very well be another option. I wonder Winnipeg's in there too.
Bill.
What?
Bill with Winnipeg.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Minnesota's another name. I think he's from Minnesota, so that would be another option that makes sense. But yeah, there are a multitude of teams. Another team I will too quiet. Vegas. What the hell are they up to? So
it's partly they're really quiet right now, but remember they can strike at any moment.
Yeah, like Hurdle, we thought they were done, and then it's like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. By the way, Tomas Hurdle is going to Vegas.
Like, what? Yeah. How does that work out?
How does that? So we'll see what happens, and people might be saying the same thing about, for example, Florida. What the hell are they up to? They're quiet right now, right? And after getting Seth Jones over the last couple of days, so we'll see what happens over the next couple of hours. Winnipeg, I would say Carolina, Florida, and Minnesota are definitely options for Besser if they're going for the top 6 scoring forward. Rantanen obviously was Rantanen, right? But they were still in on players, forwards, right? Like Kirby we mentioned, and it's been reported out in the media, we were in on Taylor Hall earlier in the year, right? So he ended up going to Carolina.
That's a name that moved early.
That's a name that moved early, but we're in on forwards, right? So and you have 4.1 million, right? And usually if we were done, you would have probably heard by now. Panthers are done, whatever. We have $4.1 million to work with. and I don't think we really have any holes. So we'll see what I'm trying to think, like, what the hell could we do, right? The only possible thing that could come to mind is a defenseman, but other name that could be moved. I don't know, Byram potentially, but I don't know. I'm trying to think who else. I wonder
We
if
haven't talked about Brad Marchand. Come
Brad
on.
Marchand.
I was gonna say
another one.
he was a big name out there, but I don't think he gets moved.
So, and we got the deal on Kovacevic, by the way. It's 5 years, $4 million AAV. So,
Really good deal. Cheap.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Shout out to our resident Leaf fan, Ryburn there, Nick. He's just in one of our
Yeah, I've been seeing
He
that.
said sad to see Grabaikin go, but looking forward to Lawton. I like Lawton's game personally. I don't really like him going to Toronto for that fact. Adds a little bit of that grit and dimension to his game that Coach Craig Berube is going to love to have there in Toronto.
Shout out to Anthony. Thanks for joining us today here.
Yeah, so you got, Marchand, which I don't think he was ever moving. I think it's a smoke screen just to.
Oh, so you're with
things
Caesar
going.
there. You're with Caesar
Yeah,
there?
I don't think
Yeah,
he's going anywhere.
I don't. Yeah. Unless you see Boston potentially like selling completely. They're still in the hunt here, even though they haven't been playing well for the last couple of games. But
Well, they moved Nick's guy, Trent Frederick, out. That's not helping to make a push here.
that is true. Yeah, I don't see them actually moving from Marchand unless maybe Marchand wants to be more on a contender. Not saying that. Well, I kind of don't think Boston's a contender right now with the way things are going. So
He
yeah,
would probably lean to a contender. He does have one Stanley Cup back in 2011 there.
right. So I mean, he is getting up there in age as well. So if he doesn't see himself maybe retiring in Boston, you could possibly see him move within the next couple of years.
Yeah, right now I'm not seeing a lot of other, I guess, big movement right now. I think a lot of the pieces. Go ahead, Nick.
I'm gonna wait for a sec, so just
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players right now that are now available have contract. They've had contract discussions with their own teams, and like Besser's one of them that is trying to work it out, and they don't know if they're going to be able to. This might come down to the wire, whether they're going to trade him or not. Marchand is hurt right now. I still don't think he's going to go anywhere. He's the heart and soul of that team with Pasternak. I just don't see it happening. Neely has to save face there. And yeah, I mean, right now, what could Florida get besides maybe a defenseman that would make them better right now? I mean, Nick, I know you asked this question before, but I mean, is there anything even out there remotely that would, like, out of these names here, like would Besser, would they make them better, or what would happen? Like, would we have to trade an Erod back for him?
Yeah, I'll say this. I think there would kind of be prospect first round pick involved, and then maybe flipping that. I don't know. Speculation.
Mm-hmm.
I do think Besser is a good fit. I'll tell you that.
Power play. We haven't had
power
that
play. I think it is a very good fit. I don't know where exactly he fits in the lineup, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like style of play, like what we need, kind of what we're missing, right?
To keep the power play honest, Nick, where you have full size of the flanker position, and you got a guy like Barkov.
And he scored 40 goals last year. I believe. He scored 40 goals last year. This is a guy with skill. He could shoot the puck. So, and while we are a very good team, we don't really have a pure scorer. Like, I know Reinhart scored 57. Nobody calls him like just a pure scorer. Like, that's the
player we call him.
Right? Like Brock Besser.
Maybe that's discredit to him.
Right? Like Brock Besser in a playoff series, he could get 5 goals in a 6-game series, right? Or something like that. Like if he's hot.
Games in the playoffs playing with Panthers or top.
Right? Exactly. So I think it really could be a player that he's a good player, but I think he could really pop in the right situation. And we've seen him do it. And I don't know what his playoff stats were last year. I know he got
hold on. There was a very low event with Nashville there. Edmonton at times tight to the vest. So there wasn't a lot of goal scoring when it came to like the Canucks series there, Nick. They were getting a lot of drive from the back end there, like Nikita Zadorov. They're looking at guys that they don't have there now. Elias Lindholm as well.
Right. I'm just going to check real quick what the stats were because I remember he was playing pretty well. But
See what he had for Nashville and the Edmonton series.
let me see here. Career playoffs. Nope. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, he had 12 points in 12 games last year. In the Nashville series, he had 4 goals in the 6-game series. So in the Nashville,
what on the power play there?
I could check. He got 6 points in 6 games in the Nashville series, 4 of those being goals. Power play, 1 power play goal, 3 even strength. So that's interesting. And then in the Edmonton series, he did not finish that series. Then he still played pretty well. He had 6 points in 6 games, had 3 goals, 2 even strength, 1 power play, 12 points in 12 games. He's one of Vancouver's best players.
5 numbers there.
So, like, that's like a guy. And again, it's not like he hasn't played well this year. I mean, obviously things have kind of gone wrong in Vancouver this year with a bunch of different things, but he still got 18 goals this year. He had 40 last year. So I think it's a really nice fit. I think this is a guy who I really like. And I think, we'll see what happens when it comes to that. But I think this would be.
What are the other teams on Besser, Nick?
Carolina has to be, right?
Yeah.
Carolina has to be. So Carolina has to be in on him. I think Minnesota, he's from Minnesota. And obviously they picked up Gustav Nyquist. I think they were talking about more scoring from, reporters were talking about that. Winnipeg was mentioned about Besser. I don't know exactly now. But, I think Carolina, Florida, to looking for a top 6 scoring forward, Besser fits the mold, right? Like that's what they've reportedly been looking for, right? So,
real quick to jump in, this isn't a trade, but it looks like the Devils have extended one of their own here.
All right, thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Jets still have current cap space. I mean, after the 2 trades, after they go, I'm probably going to say they still have about $8 million in cap space.
Yeah, so I think that would be a good option for them. I think the second line center. I mean, I don't really know who could they possibly get without with Nelson gone. I would think Middlestat could have been, but I don't think Colorado was going to trade. Winnipeg.
Just add to Caesar's point there, Nick. Very quickly. I like how he kind of stabilized Siegenthaler. I think that was the pairing there in New Jersey. And I thought it was disaster pairing Banksy when it was Hamilton and Siegenthaler, the softest D pairing in the NHL. So adding an element like that New Jersey did in the offseason, you saw it from the first games there overseas when New Jersey was playing. How good their kind of pairing of Kovacevic and Siegenthaler at the time. Now I haven't kept track of what the pairings are currently in New Jersey. And Hamilton now week to week as well. We mentioned the Jack Hughes injury for the season. Mr. Top 50 Dougie injured again here.
Do you guys see them
every season?
I know they made a deal. They added someone recently this last week to help with that injury. Is there anything maybe that they might add, considering they've dropped a few games the last couple of weeks?
Well, they were in on Rantanen.
Well, right?
They were in on Rantanen, but I don't think that was ever going to percolate or ever happen. But now, maybe a Besser might be up to them because they do need a center now with Hughes out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what New Jersey would need to actually then start to compete against your Capitals. I don't see them making it out of the first round this year.
David Pagnotta says
from Besser when it comes to
Rantanen trade is approaching the finish line. Believes Stankoven is part of the return. Jeff Merrick also said, tweeted out 2 first-round picks as well.
Okay.
So right now, 2 first-round picks on Stankoven. That might be it. Could be more. We'll see. But that's an
off-topic question here. Who's kind of breaking most of the trades here today?
I think it's a good even split of everybody. You have Traeger, you have Chris Johnson, you have Pagnotta. He's got a few.
Elliott, of course. So.
Elliott Friedman, of course. So, Jeff Merrick, even then there have been a couple local reporters.
Some guys are coming out of the woodworks here with making their name here today.
Yeah, so I mean, it's still the big names, obviously, but looks like, sorry about that.
Kevin Weeks as well.
Kevin Weeks is another one. He reported the Cousins trade. He's the first one to report that. So a lot going on here. Still not as much as I thought. We still got a lot of players out there. So we'll keep you updated.
And we'll see if they any other big names get traded here. We still have about an hour and 45 minutes left. So plenty of time. And there is that 30-minute window towards once the trade deadline is officially done to get those contracts and negotiations done as well.
We didn't think of creating a banner, guys, or a little graphic when the deadline does officially end. Little siren there. Never thought of that. Sorry.
No, we got 103 minutes, so I got the time right here.
But just want to thank the chat, guys. Greatly appreciate you guys all joining us on this day. We really appreciate it again. Be sure to hit the like and subscribe button as well. And also be sure to subscribe to my channel as well. I got some big interviews coming up. Yesterday I did an interview with the one and only voice of Madden right now, Brandon Godden, the Braves announcer. Great interview. I had so much fun with him on the show. So be sure to tune in this week as we'll be dropping that here too.
You've been talking to Frank the Tank there, Caesar. I've been talking to Barstool Chief. So we're getting some names. A shout out always to Johnny Lazarus as well. Appreciate Johnny always getting back to me on messages and things like that. Make sure to follow him over there on Morning Cup of Hockey on Daily Faceoff. Oh, so I'm just at a break here with TSN. I got TSN and Sportsnet here, Nick.
I got Twitter. That's about it.
Yeah, you got people there. Kind of keeping an eye on this stuff. But again, this is things that they're kind of just reviewing right now. So we had a little bit of a quiet start to the morning, as you mentioned, Nick, in the afternoon. And then things started to pick up here. Now we're going through this phase here where it starts to slow down a little bit. Some minor deals might come in, and then you have that last push usually.
Yeah, it's usually like the last 30 minutes, 45 minutes of the trade deadline. It's when it usually, agents, GMs, teams, they're trying to get like their last minute push here on acquiring players, whether it's to add depth or whether it's to get their contract for negotiations next year. So we'll see what ends up happening with these other teams.
I just have something quick here. Jeff Merrick says 6 minutes ago, I don't know if you got this in, Nick, or not, but Mikko Rantanen deal.
Yes, I did.
Okay, with Stank and the two first rounds.
The two first rounds.
Yeah, the two first. Yep.
Yep, he was already on top of it, Curb.
Very good.
Question, we kind of didn't really talk about Tampa here. Let's talk about their acquisitions here the last 2 days. Do you think they're done? Are they in the mode to compete with the Panthers here and possibly the Stanley Cup?
Nick, I like the move there with Yanni Gourde, bringing him back to Tampa. He was a name that was always involved with Tampa here. Now, we heard some rumblings a little bit with Florida, but another name was obviously Toronto. Toronto circulating around all these different I think we got something maybe breaking here. Or no, sorry. My bad. But Toronto was kind of in on that mix of Yanni Gourde as well. I thought when Tampa, I saw them earlier in the year against Florida and a couple other times, I'm like, they're going to try to get back to that heavy aspect game, start to build on that. We saw McDonough, right their wrongs there, bring him back. Yanni Gourde, bring him back into the fold. So you're seeing those, yesteryear Tampa Bay players, the ones that kind of helped them on their run to multiple cups here, kind of add that element back into the Lightning. So I would think they're kind of looking on that timeline. I don't know how much cap space they have available right now, Nick. But
I don't think it's much, but you never know. They could move Connor Sheary, who's in the minor leagues for them.
Okay.
So I think that could be a cap option. Who knows?
Carly,
But
I always said don't wish Vasi away too early.
Right.
When it comes to that situation, because yes, Carly puts his numbers there in the chat. Yeah, Vasi, he again, getting the extra rest there, getting knocked out.
There's this guy, Bruce Levine, I think, no relation. Radio analyst for the Dallas Stars saying the price Dallas is about to pay for Rantanen is going to shock some people, but the chance to win now supersedes how good prospects may become. So we'll see what happens there.
Okay. Yeah, just waiting here.
I was expecting it to be a little bit more busy.
Well, I think we kind of picked up there with some stuff, That's the thing with, July 1st, we'll have maybe even a bigger panel because it can get slow there for a while when they're working on contract extensions. Right. Is this guy officially leaving? A lot more speculation on July 1st when it comes to that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of know what teams are in on these players because there's been early movement this week. Yeah. People, I guess, preparing for the cap space that they're going to have and be able to open up things as well.
Yeah. Just looking here, I mean, they got Brandon Tanev on the phone, it looks like, TSN.
We didn't mention this, but Justin Brazeau moving up.
Yep.
Boston there. So again, like Boston, I don't know what to garner from that and take from that. You're gonna look at the end of their day and they've moved off from some guys, and are they really adding anyone? So to me, that's almost a maintenance of a white flag, coming up. Also Montreal that we haven't got into a lot either, Nick.
Yeah. So should be interesting. I really liked Brazeau. They moved Frederick and Brazeau, as you mentioned. I like the deal for Minnesota. So Minnesota actually opened up a roster spot with that move. So we'll see what happens there. It's a lot of stuff going on right now. There's like a bunch of freaking parody accounts that are going to throw me off. We got the full trade from Carolina and Dallas, actually, as I just was talking here. Mikko Rantanen to Dallas with an 8-year extension in place for Logan Stankoven, 2 first-round picks, and other pieces, smaller pieces.
So you think Maverick Bork's not included in it?
If they're able to do that without Maverick Bork, I don't know what the hell Carolina is doing. And
it could have been like a kind of prerequisite ask or some type of top prospect. They've got another one on the blue line.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of. But yeah, that's interesting. They're not going to get a prospect back and just a pick. Now,
that's a good trade for Dallas. I would have given them. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything.
What's Carolina doing with those picks? Moving them later here today?
Potentially. I would think they're just going to have to.
As well.
Do you think, seeing what the deal is, sort of, do you think Florida could have given up a little bit more?
I think Florida had probably a better chance of giving roster players. I mean, they could have given up maybe Verhaeghe with his contract, and then, Jack Devine, like it was, reported, and a first-round pick. I mean, you have somebody who is scorer and has the clutch gene. You have Devine that's going to come up and he looks like he's going to be a player, and then you have that, that first-round pick. But again, it depends on what Carolina wanted to get out of it, because, again, I still think that their hands were tied behind their back with this whole situation.
And and kind of to piggyback off of that, and Verhaeghe does have that no trade clause, so maybe they went to him and said, will you?
Oh, if they did that, Caesar, I don't know, Nick. If they went to
I think he would have wanted out, and if they didn't get Rantanen and they did that, that's bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially if you don't get him. If you get rid of him, fine. Yeah, but now he's here and he knows that.
So Nick, I don't think they went to him then.
Okay.
I would say lean. I'm really distracted here, Banksy. And you're gonna laugh. You said we were mad coming into this stream. I was literally gonna wear that T-shirt today.
I was gonna say.
I looked at it last night. I was like, "Am I gonna put it on underneath?" But I don't have it on underneath. But it's sitting out there.
Banksy reminds me of. Banksy reminds me of when we're playing in a game, and you know how we kind of switch jerseys, you get all sweaty and stuff. He had a little equipment change here, so that's awesome.
Well, you guys deal with humidity down there, so I can't speak on that. More, I'm like,
Yeah, it was not a Luongo emergency bathroom exit. I promise you that.
even
It
though
was
it's
just
Panther Luongo shirt.
exactly.
Hey,
Best
speaking of
helmet.
Luongo, he was actually out there
Yep, I love
taking practice. Kind of showing his vintage self over there. Giving Bob the night off after his shutout win last night. So
He
shout out to
deserves it.
Luongo.
He needs all the rest. He's going to
It's got to
make
be our
it.
e-bug. It's got to be our e-bug.
Yeah. So
We'll maybe go live for that, Nick. That Ryan will have to come up on. Is Ryan still down there? Ryan will have to come up on video. Big Luongo backer. Our moderator Ryan. Appreciate all the work, Ryan.
And thanks to Carly out here too for helping us out here in the chat, giving us the breakdowns as well.
Thank you, Carly.
And again, guys, thanks. We appreciate you guys all in the chat for engaging with us here on this big day. We really appreciate your guys' help and support. Again, be sure to like the stream and to subscribe and turn on those notification bells because you never know when we'll be going on live as well.
Thank you, Caesar. Do we have some stuff from Elliot here? I'm watching him on TV right now, Nick.
I think something's about to happen.
Yeah, I think. Give me a minute. I don't know. I'm trying, man, but it's. Oh my gosh! Like, a lot of stuff. Is he speaking on your screen right now?
Yeah, there's talk about the Ranton and stuff, but I was wondering they were throwing to him there, but maybe not.
So
that's
here's
the full trade.
Here's the trade details on the Rantanen deal. So let me just pull this up a little bit bigger so you guys can check it out here.
Where are these smaller pieces? But like, what are we giving away? Goldfish?
I don't know. It'd be interesting. Who do you guys think wins the trade here? It's definitely Dallas,
it's
right?
Not even close. I'm sorry. That is, first round. They got to move it. If they get they better have something better than
Stankovic showed really well last year, Nick, and this is kind of, I guess, his still official rookie year.
David Pagnotta
he's had a slow year here. You don't really know what a player Stankovic is right now.
Well, I think he's a really good player, but it's not Mikko Rantanen.
You don't know
Okay. Carolina has also been looking at possibly making other moves, including trying to add a middle six forward, is what they said.
It's Besser. It's going to be Besser soon.
I think it very well. Yeah, I think it very well could be. We'll see what happens.
Nick, why, and Banksy jump in here as well. Why are they moving off of Besser? Is it just contract negotiation, different things?
He doesn't want to re-sign, and they've got to get something. So we'll. I mean, that's
because that's a guy that you want for like a playoff push here. Are they just handing this to Calgary?
I guess. Or St. Louis.
That whole Miller and Pedersen thing destroyed this team.
And you would have got more for Pedersen, Banksy, if you would have moved him over Miller. Because Miller has a little bit of a checkered past where Petey, give him a fresh start. I thought Anaheim would have been a good one. Go ask them for Zellweger or Zegras or something to that accord. All you get in the JT Miller deal, and I like him, and we saw him last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, Philip Hedl. But that's not enough. And then you still have the issues with Petey after the fact. What a mess.
Well, it just goes to show you the kind of, I guess, I don't want to say the organization that's being run right now, but if this happened down in Florida, do you think we'd hear about it? I think they would try to keep that tight-lipped, and they would not allow the Miller and Pedersen thing to get out to the public. They would probably just try to quietly say, hey, Pedersen hasn't lived up to expectations. We've decided to move him. And Miller would have been a better fit for Vancouver, especially with who's coaching there right now. So, again, you move a player that the coach likes, and now you're stuck with somebody who's not really playing that well and doesn't probably fit that mold. I don't know what Vancouver's doing.
I'm shocked. And this is the thing that we talk about. Winning is not linear, but Vancouver really jumped ahead about a step and a half last year, and it just makes it look so much worse in retrospect of what's happening now. So it's not always great when you do that. Nashville, they were supposed to maintain what they did this year, and look at where they are. And it just looks a lot worse. in that situation. And then with Nashville, they're buying in as well to players in the offseason with Marchessault and Stamkos and whatnot. So again, there, Vancouver, they thought they were building something there. You lose Zadorov and Lindholm due to cap reasons and free agency, but maybe those pieces were bigger than we initially expected, and just the fit there. So that chemistry there, and then you get the whole PD and JT Miller thing playing into it. You get the Demko health problem. What's his
Hughes?
Sign Lankinen. So much things in Vancouver that you can break down. That's just like not going well, or like what's going on here. So again, always jumping ahead and having that early success. I heard Nick and Caesar and Banksy. I heard Columbus Blue Jackets GM speak, Don Waddell, I believe, and he said, "Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We're going to be moderate buyers, but we might not make the playoffs." How many GMs say that transparently on air? And he says, we've got to take steps towards the future. So he's excited on the prospects of this season, but they're not going to jump ahead of that, right? And you could argue maybe Vancouver did that with all the moves that they made last trade deadline and bringing in players even before the deadline there. So now taking big steps back, but a lot of that stuff, like you said, Banksy, off the ice issues that they got to rectify here sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think Waddell's been around. I mean, I think he's learned from his mistakes in the past. I mean, he was with the Atlanta Thrashers, where I feel like he sold the farm for a couple players for that one playoff run where they didn't even get out of the first round, and
didn't even win a game. Atlanta Thrashers had never won a playoff game.
Yep, and then they became the Winnipeg Jets, and it takes a lot of restraint to either pull the trigger or not pull the trigger on something. And I think Zito has kind of shown that for Florida. The first year we were going for it. The second year, listen, we believe in this group. We're going to do this. And then after that, listen, we're going to only add moderately to what we need. We don't need to go get a Giroux. We don't need to get a Sherratt. Maybe Waddell's onto something here, because maybe he has got a really good young core right now. And hopefully after the whole Gaudreau thing, unfortunately, blows over in the next season, he'll actually be able to see what type of team he has.
And I think they're riding that momentum of, the unfortunate passing of Johnny Gaudreau, and that has kind of carried them through here. But he's also got to look at it from a business pragmatic standpoint of like, let's not invest so much of our eggs and our picks and our assets into this season, and let's look forward to next year. Because in that Metro division now, they're in that mix there, because there's a lot of flux there with these non-contenders in the Metro, like there has been in the Atlantic. It's been the Floridas, Tampas, and Torontos of the world. So that's kind of what the Metro's been like, give or take a team. So Columbus is now in that mix.
So I kind of want to go to play a little clip here of Brady Tkachuk. So a lot of people don't realize during these trade deadlines, you lose teammates, you lose players. It sounds like Brady Tkachuk was a little bit emotional today, losing one of his teammates, Josh Norris. So let's take a listen to what he had to say here.
Emotionally, both the highs and the lows. Yeah, it's pretty tough. So, yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, it sucks. Losing a guy like that, obviously everybody knows how much it means to me. So, yeah, next question.
Have you had a chance to talk to him?
Yeah, no, just spent the last whole bit with them and kind of take advantage of every minute the rest of the day.
When did you reflect on just the big picture of things? Like, why is it so emotional? Is it because you played with him?
Yeah, I mean, just our history. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep them short and sweet.
When did you hear this was going to happen?
Yeah, right before practice. I think that's why we went on a little bit later. But yeah, tough practice today.
Travis Green says that of all players, he felt like you probably are the best suited for this, given your history, given that you know that this is part of the game. How do you reflect on that big picture of just the Senators trying to make this team better?
Yeah, it's the unfortunate reality of it being a business. We're getting back, important pieces that are really going to help us. And yeah, I mean, sucks. It's part of it, but with Cuzzy and Gilbert, we're going to welcome them with open arms. And I feel bad a little bit that this is the initial reaction, and of course, I think they're going to understand why it's a little bit of a whirlwind for me personally. And but with that being said, it's all about being a good captain, being a good teammate, and making sure that they have everything that they need and have the support right from day one. That know they're going to be important pieces to our team, and just leave it at that.
Real quick, guys. A lot of the times these players being in the locker rooms throughout the year, and it's kind of bitter. Really cool to see Brady Tkachuk there getting emotional, being the captain of Ottawa. Goes to tell you what goes into being a team, and having teammates go, especially when they're with you throughout the whole year or years. What do you guys take on Brady's take there?
Yeah, I just want to add, I don't think the average hockey fan realizes how much a captain has to do with the media responsibilities. When those new players come in the room, he has to quickly adjust. And I think they win this deal with Dylan Cousins. Let's just talk hockey, hockey aside, not human relations aside, but he's got to get in touch with these guys. Adam will make a little joke here with the group chats, get them to come out to dinner with the team. I'll set all that stuff up so people don't understand the responsibilities of a captain. And as us as Panther fans, Brady just wants to come to Florida. He leaves Ottawa. How emotional will he be with that, of not having that C on his chest? All those things that the average fan doesn't realize, Banksy, that he has to do behind the scenes and for that team. Now to adjust from a player that's leaving, going to Buffalo, and all the new guys coming in, it wouldn't be the same if he went to Florida or somewhere else.
No, and you look at Matthew Tkachuk when he came down here. I mean, part of the reason why he wanted to leave is because he wanted those leadership capabilities. He wanted the C on his chest, and Calgary was just not willing to, budge there. And
that's just 4th or 5th on the pecking order in Calgary at best.
And what can we say now? That they made the wrong decision? Yeah, but with Brady right now, it is a hockey trade, and it is going to make them better. But that doesn't mean that he's not allowed to be a human for a couple minutes or for a couple days or however long it's going to be to kind of reset, and then also welcome these guys in and really kind of find them in tune with what they're trying to do to make the playoffs. So, he'll still be able to see his friend outside of, playing with him. But at the same time, you develop these relationships, you've developed these synchronicities, and you're able to, just be one, and that's what the whole team mentality is supposed to be. And that's what I'm so happy that Florida has right now. Any guy that they plug in right now is immediately brought in, welcomed, and they immediately become part of that mold or that team.
Yeah. And again, that's something that Brady doesn't want to give up, Nick and Caesar. Like, you don't just I'm going to walk away from this situation, and it'll never be the same again if he's in Florida. It's going to be Barkov and Matthew Tkachuk's team and Bob's team, and Ekblad, that's been here as the longest Panther player on the back end there. So again, it would be a bit different dynamic coming to a team like Florida or any team that Brady would leave. So you see that emotion there from him today. Nick, do we got anything?
No, I just wanted to talk about that real quick. Yeah, there is a human side to this, and just day-to-day interactions, and it's obviously tough, but it is a business. But there are a lot of it's a business, right? And it's tough, but you got to make your team better. And I have no doubt that Dylan Cousins, just from a hockey side, will make that team better. So
I'm surprised they got off of Josh Norris talking on the hockey perspective side there, Nick, with all the I'd almost say chronic injuries that he has, and no retention or anything like that on the deal earlier.
No, it's a contract swap essentially. So
that's
yeah, I mean, I like Dylan Cousins. I think he's going to be a really good player, and I think Ottawa's got a nice player there, and I think you get rid of a contract and Norris. And I don't like the trade for Buffalo. I don't really know what they're doing, but
Norris is north of $8 million, right?
Yeah, he's at 8. He was on an 8x8, and it's in the third year of his deal. So hopefully, Buffalo, they don't know what they're doing. So hopefully, Panthers can take advantage of that.
I'm not sure what Buffalo's thinking on that.
Yeah.
Do you think he plays tomorrow?
You're talking about Norris?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're playing Buffalo.
Yeah,
Oh, I
we're
don't
playing
know.
Buffalo tomorrow.
I didn't know
So
where you're asking on that. What you got?
I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're good, Caesar. So yeah, I do think so. He'll definitely, again, Buffalo has all this young talent, but they don't have anybody to come in there and really show them the way. I mean, Kyle Poso, for all he did for Buffalo and everything, just probably wasn't the right guy in that room. I don't think you have the right coach there, and you definitely don't have the right GM. So you got to start making some moves. You got to start shipping out some of the young talent that you have there that's not performing or not doing what you need them to do, and start bringing in some guys that actually can get you to where you want to go, or at least start putting these staples in place so that Buffalo can get out of whatever purgatory they are in right now. Because it's been, 14, 15 seasons since their last playoff berth?
You're going back to the first time that Lindy Ruff was there, and Chris Drury and Brian Soupy Campbell.
Good teams.
Geez, really good teams. Daniel Briere. You're going way back, right? You're seeing he's got Daniel Briere management now, right? So
Vanek when he was scoring 50 goals.
Mm-hmm. I want to add a comment just to kind of wrap up on the whole Josh Norris thing here. Guys, remember on After Dark this past weekend, Cody, who's not here with us today, I miss you, Cody, screen shares. He's like, this is what you like. I'm like, I don't like Josh Norris. I'm like, show me Shane Pinto. So, they found him, be able to move him here, not an expendable piece, I should say, keeping the likes of Shane Pinto, Drake Batherson, Thomas Chabot, that was a name, Nick, this summer that, and there's still names out there with Ottawa. They don't end up getting into the playoffs here. There will be more change in Ottawa, but now bringing in Dylan Cousins, I think that's a big move when you look at the captain, Brady Tkachuk, of like, what are we doing here? When he can kind of wrap his head around this, that shows that Ottawa's in it for now and the future here. So again, fans, I want Brady to leave Ottawa. I think this move today doesn't signal that at all. It's kind of the reverse that, we're trying to get in this year and we're moving forward with young. I would call Cousins a cornerstone piece, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, and really high pedigree too. A former top 10 pick, I believe.
Around there.
First round pick, I know for sure. So it's going to be interesting. So I really like the move for Ottawa. I think Dylan Cousins has a high ceiling, and it's obviously hasn't gone right in Buffalo. Not much has, to be honest with you. But yeah, so yeah.
Real quick, I kind of just saw this on a quick glance. It looks like the Stars are now the favorites to win the Stanley Cup. Odds Panthers at number 3 behind the Oilers there. What do you guys think?
Behind the Oilers. That's not going to make Panthers Nation too happy there.
Carolina's too high.
The Oilers are the favorite coming into the season, I believe, Nick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Banksy? Yeah.
They were. Carolina's too high. They should be probably dropping down. I would honestly put them past the Lightning, not even 1,300.
Especially
and I'm not
after losing Rantanen. Do you think the Stars actually move up to number 1 after this Rantanen trade?
Why not?
I don't know if they're going to do anything on defense. I do not like their defense. I think Dumba, CC, Labushkin. I know Kirby likes Labushkin, but I mean, and they're a very good team, and I'm not taking that away from them. But I have to see how Rantanen plays, right? So I mean, I think you take a look. I don't think they have a center like Rantanen. I mean, a center like McKinnon or a center like Barkov. I think Hintz is good. We'll see how Rantanen fits. I think Rantanen could have fit really well next to Barkov, but he's going to be with Robertson and Hintz. I think Wyatt Johnston could be really good there. I just don't love the defense, and but overall, I think they're the favorite in the West for sure. And we'll see what happens. But
it's going to be hard to get out of that central.
But it's a loaded Western Conference.
I would say
the Western Conference in the playoffs, it's going to be really fun to watch.
Division. I'm not, again, I'm just going to jump. I'm not sold on the LA Kings. So the Central, that's just a gauntlet. If you include Minnesota, Colorado, Dallas in there, and Winnipeg, obviously. So I think a little easier road to get out of the Pacific there, Banksy, and I think that's where Edmonton kind of holds pat, where they're kind of situated there. Where was Vegas on that list? Did anyone catch that or no?
Good question. I haven't.
I would maybe have them higher up, but I didn't see exactly.
I think they were like 6th, if I'm not mistaken.
You're better buy in on that number a bit.
I know Tampa was 10th on that list.
I
They're moving
like
up.
that for Tampa too. Need stock up. Tampa and Vegas, I would have higher there, Banksy.
Yep, definitely. I just don't know why Carolina's still so high. And then that was my biggest gripe. And then who else was it? Yeah, the Jets were still like 7th or 8th. Yeah, they need to go up after their 2 moves today.
That might be a little hesitant to the market of what they've done. So there, but yeah, they up with what you see on
So
paper.
let me bring it up again. So
Yeah,
you guys,
any Canadian team
take
right
a look.
now.
So it looks like the Jets are
Sixth.
6th, Golden Knights 7th, Avalanche 8th, Maple Leafs 9th, and the Lightning 10th there.
I would like to give the Maple Leafs some praise, but we all know how they do in the playoffs. But 9th, I guess that's fair. But Vegas and Lightning definitely up. Leafs ahead of the Lightning. I don't know. Well, not in that accord, especially what we've seen what the Tampa's been doing here.
Especially with their goaltending
Yeah.
too.
And-
Tampa's with
Yeah. I just want to add on this. Think of like the Maple Leafs here for a second. If they get the first spot in the division, yeah, stock should be up on them. But if you think they're going to go be second or third, that means they have to play Tampa or Florida in the first round. So I'm not buying into the Leafs in a first round matchup if that's what their path is. If they win the division, which I think is very important for them, then they got an opponent like Columbus or New York or whoever ends up squeaking in there in the wild card position.
This is what irritates me. Florida Panthers, Stanley Cup champions. We saw how they played defensively yesterday. How do you not put them at number 1?
It's so hard to go back to back, and I understand that Florida's playing very well right now, but to pick them after 2 years of back-to-back cup
2 years.
runs,
Yeah.
and now possibly making a third, I just think if you're a betting person, I think the odds are better in the favor that they're not going to make it again, or they're not going to be able to win it all again.
That's fair.
That's why I don't bet.
And I'm not a betting person either. I'm just looking at if you were to think about it, like how often do
Right.
teams go to the cup 3 times in a row?
And fans that might get upset, why is Vegas this high or why is it Tampa that high? When you get that year and a half rest, you get knocked out early in the playoffs like Vegas has, Tampa has over the past couple of years, that kind of recharges you and resets you. We haven't had that happen to us yet. And when it happens, fans are going to be quite upset, but that does happen. And then that's where you need to reset the following year or two. That's why I said to Nick, hey, if we don't win the cup, like Nick called it kind of last year, if we didn't win it last year, I'm like, well, this year or the next year, right? But we already have the 1 cup in our back pocket now. So you can go forward with that because there always is that reset there of that first round exit, right, Nick? 6-7 games, hard fought series, you lose, and fans are like, what's going on here? Just look at how it has happened with past cup champions. So fans have to, Caesar, you got to be one of those as well. You got to wrap your mind around that.
And I'll say this:
Place.
second best odds. Time for second best odds. Still pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And obviously, Eddie,
Really?
you're gonna have.
Where was
like-
Vegas last year in the office?
Like, come on, it's unbelievable odds. Obviously, Dallas just got Rantanen, and they're a solid pick for the favorite. But I mean, second best odds, you're essentially the favorite. I mean, we're right there, and I don't think anybody, especially us watching us right now, it's hard not to get excited, right? That's actually it.
Kilo in the chat, doomed there.
The unknown nature of Chucky's injury also could impact the odds. I think that is absolutely right as well. Now, again, I don't know if there is a long-term worry there.
Worry? Oh, I think there's a worry. I don't know if there's a correlation. I think that is a good point to be made. But with betting odds,
no, I'm talking about from the Panthers' perspective.
Yeah, but I'm saying no. Well, we're talking the betting odds here.
The betting odds, yes, probably.
That is a good point made if it is playing into. Now, if you're talking betting odds, especially when you guys are talking in the states south of the border, I don't know how much that comes into play with it. Maybe north of the border odds, they're combing that just like they would Caesar in the NFL or Major League Baseball. I don't know how much south of the border that plays into it, but more hockey heads and betting sites that could play into it a little bit there. But hockey, I don't know. Again, what's this upper body, lower body injury stuff? How long is the guy out for? Who knows, right? So it's one of those things, and just the sport of hockey, how they cover injuries is sketchy at best.
I hate to say this.
Yeah.
It's kind of. Why is the league being so boring right now? Make some deals. Come on.
Well, how do you think TSM panelists feel right now? They're just like,
let me see if they've got any horses on the set. If they're doing that. parking lot with Gino Reda.
And usually when you throw it at me, a trade happens, but it hasn't been
Oh, a
happening.
few years ago on TS, I want to mention this. Matthew Biron, former NHL goalie for the Buffalo Sabres and other spots, they brought out one of those T-shirt guns, and he shot it right at Jennifer Hedger's gut. So she got him back the next. I think she slimed him or something. But so they're doing that type of stuff, you know, if it's slow news day. But
70 minutes
they've
left,
got
guys.
3 desks. We only got 1 here, so we're doing a great job, everyone.
So real quick here, for the deal in order to happen, Dallas had to put Heiskanen on LTIR here, creating a cap space of $8.45 million.
Okay.
And he's not supposed to come back till possibly the second round if they make it out of the first round, correct?
If that's the case, and they're playing at Colorado, that's
As you're
gonna
saying.
that's going to be tough.
That defense.
Yeah. I
This
wonder,
move with Rantanen doesn't help.
so now maybe Eric Carlson. No, they don't got the money for that. The assets for that. The assets for that. Who knows?
I forgot about him.
You forgot about him. We got Seth Jones all of a sudden. Eric Carlson's like, what about me?
So that tells me that all of that talk, all that Carlson talk was coming from Pittsburgh. It was not coming from Florida side. That had to come from Pittsburgh trying to pump those tires, get smoke going.
But Banksy, I know you haven't joined us here with the Eric Carlson stuff. I appreciate you being here today, obviously. How do you take all of that? Because Kyle Dubas went to these new owners that he came into Pittsburgh, leaving Toronto, I say out the back door, the side door, and then he's going to go to them and say, can we move Eric Carlson? Like, wait a second here. You're the guy that wanted to bring him here, and we're giving you all the money and everything that you want to do here to Pittsburgh, and now you want to move him? Like, what's the relationship there with the new ownership group in Pittsburgh there with Kyle Dubas, in that case, with Eric Carlson?
I'm going to say a quote from a movie from Forrest Gump. I'm not a very smart man, but I know what love is.
There we go.
So I think he had well intentions and thinking that he was probably going to get a Norris winner that he was. But you already had Chris Letang there. You don't really need another Norris type caliber puck moving defenseman. You need those big bodies. You need the guys who are going to separate pucks. And after watching Carlson for many years, holy Jesus, like the amount of pizzas that guy delivered and how he would just not win a puck battle. It's just why I am so glad the Panthers were not even that they didn't even probably consider it. I really hope Zito was never in on it. But
people are like, for our power play, Banksy, who cares? Our power play is good enough. We don't need him to come here. And he's been benched in Pittsburgh 2 to 3 times on the power play. Not to mention, he's playing with Crosby, Malkin. Rust isn't a bad player. Gensel was there prior. But, like, there's good players there on the power play. You know, like you mentioned, Christopher Letang, kind of at the twilight of his career. We saw a little bit of drop-off to his game, especially last year. I still don't understand that move. And maybe I'm not the best person to ask because I don't like Eric Carlson personally. But, again, like, he's not going to solve all the Panthers' woes on the power play and different things like that. I'd rather have Seth Jones here working on the PP2 unit. If Ekblad gets demoted down or whatever, you can have Jones slide up. That's good enough for what we need.
It just shows me that Carlson plays for Carlson. He doesn't play for the jersey that he's wearing and everything. I think he showed that in San Jose. He was doing everything he could to get any point, and now he's here in Pittsburgh, and I don't know what he's adding.
In a short time when he's wearing the Trey Kroners on his chest. But when you're trying to get him to buy in over a long-term situation and what the Panthers would have to take on with that salary, it's not just this year and next year. I think it's an additional year. So you're buying on not just for now, but a couple years down the road here. And that can muddy up a lot of things when it comes to your salary cap. Oh, Nick's alive again.
We got a trade.
Woo!
The San Jose Sharks have traded Luke Cunnin to the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Okay.
So that's an interesting trade. Toronto was in on Cunnin.
You were Cody wanted in Florida. You mentioned him at a couple other spots as well.
Yeah. That's a name that was mentioned a lot over this past couple of days to weeks. So
I think certain teams are out at him at this point. We're talking Florida. Nico Stern coming in at the center.
Yeah. So now it's time for Zito to wake up. Let's go. Like, I want a deal, but no, for Columbus, it's an all right trade. I didn't even think of this landing spot for him. but get some extra depth. Bring a guy into the locker room that can provide.
Because you didn't think they would be into this buyer market here?
No, especially, and now if they get Cunnin for cheap, then it's like, all right, like they deserve to be rewarded with like a new player coming in. So, I think it's. I don't even know. I mean, I think that's frankly just the most uninspiring news of the day. Kind of to Columbus, right? But it's like, they deserve to. They deserve to have a player come in. They deserve to. And they were also on Gustav Nyquist before Minnesota got him. So, yeah. So.
Would Cunnin actually have made a difference last night?
No. I don't think he would have.
Is that a name that the Panthers would be in the summer? Another name that I've heard in the past, Nick, was like a Trennan. So is that a type of guy? Those are type of guys that maybe.
Well, Trennan's on a multiple-year deal in Minnesota. So.
Okay. But last summer, I remember hearing that name. So are those names that you kind of circle back on here with type of guys?
I think absolutely.
Move those fourth line guys in and out. So there could be a spot there. Gadget on the last year of his deal right now, is it?
No.
It's on an extension.
Another year?
One more year.
He's got another year.
Last year. He's got another year.
I know I had a good night, everyone, last night. I'm just not the biggest Gatcho fan, but I think there could be an upgrade of that spot, but if he's locked in another year additionally. Yeah, Sturm, Nick's been on him. Just the face-offs percentages there, Don Banya, Vallejo down there in the chat. Also, as well, like the board battle play, the board percentage numbers. If you look at the advanced metrics, Nick probably stand out pretty well there for Nico Sturm. And again, coming to Florida, it's way different than in San Jose. Like all these players that Zito picks up, like they're not from good rosters, and people are like, I don't know about this guy, but I was just looking at some of the highlights last. He's got some one-on-one stick plays. He can dance at guys, step through on guys. Check over on our Instagram story page there. Pulled up some goals that he had in San Jose. Even one that wasn't a goal against Arizona where he danced around the defender, had a chance in tight. So this is a guy that's going to play very well for the Panthers. I could see him coming up Banksy with a big playoff goal or two.
So he, you guys mentioned it before, and I'm glad we're all on the same page. He is the Stenlund replacement. We're going to act like Nosek wasn't here all season, but he's also got some speed to him. So if anything, he'll be on the PK. He'll probably block a couple shots, and then I can see him getting a shorty. And as you said, like it's a big playoff goal, and that's literally what the Panthers need. They need more depth in order to take on the PK opportunities and give Barkov, give Lundell, give Reinhart some rest. I mean, our best penalty killers, coming down the stretch of the season, we want to make sure they're not going to get hurt either. So we have a full roster to go in.
All right, I think we're closing in on our last hour of coverage here. So I appreciate everyone being here. Steady numbers all afternoon. So appreciate everyone from the Cats R Us community and all of our new followers. Nick, do we got any breaking news here? We're seeing some stuff in the chat, seeing some stuff.
And also a big shout out to my followers as well. Thanks for joining us as well. We are about 62 minutes left in the trade deadline. So
yes. And again, deals are rolling after probably when we're off air here. So stay tuned to us over there on the Twitter X platform. I'll try to get on over there for half an hour. Make some of my reactions to all of today's news and yesterday's news, catching up on everything. So apologies if I haven't caught up to all DMs and messages. Thank you for everyone being interactive there, especially last night. We had a really fun post-game Spaces show after the Panthers win. Over the Columbus Blue Jackets, getting in just to trade deadline talk and chatter, I should say. So yeah, lots that we were talking about last night on Rantanen and Brock Nelson and things like that. Great job, Caesar, there again on the overlay and our thumbnail there. We kind of hit it on the park there. Now, one guy left in that thumbnail. We're waiting on Brock Besser, so be interesting to see where he lands.
Brock Besser, Bo and Byron still out there. That might be on the move tonight.
Okay, you just brought up something there, Caesar. Just to interrupt Nick. Bone Byram, does this change anything with the Dylan Cousins trade? Because I was talking to you off air, Nick, and you were kind of disagreeing with me that he would be moving here or on the block.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, potentially, I don't really know what Buffalo's plan is. So, like,
bringing in Josh Norris is a head.
Like, yeah, it's like I'm not really sure what Yeah, sorry about that. I'm not really sure what the plan is in Buffalo. Obviously, it depends. As Alex Tuck on the move, Byram, I think, would be more of an off-season thing. He's a pending RFA. I think they're going to try to figure that out then. Brock Besser,
trade for his rights because he's not signed.
Or if somebody wants to offer sheet him.
Not going to get then. Probably not.
Somebody wants to offer sheet him, maybe. Another name, Brock Besser. I wonder if Carolina could be Charlie Coyle.
Especially since they got a lot of
they need a center. They need a center. So we're gonna see. And Carly makes a good point. Charlie Coyle to the Colorado Avalanche.
Oh wow!
What in the world? Where is Middlestat going then?
Tit for tat.
They're like they saw Ranton. I'm like, you know what? I'll do one more. So Charlie Coyle to the Colorado Avalanche, and I did want to point out Raquel could very much be an option. Carly,
he costs
for
a
Carolina.
lot.
For Carolina,
he costs.
Yeah, he does cost a lot. I also think a center could be a potential option. I think are they going to go a wing or are they going to try to get a second line center? We will see. If that's the case, and I'm assuming Casey Middlestat is gone then, right?
Either going back to Boston or they have something else lined up.
Yeah,
like maybe Middlestat.
I don't get that. I mean, we'll see what the trade comes in. Obviously, nothing makes sense right away, right? So, especially on days like these, So, it's other than that, it's pretty quiet right now. There's not much rumors.
Krause a replacement for Bennett. Not so sure on that. Nick Banksy thoughts there.
I don't think they
say that one more time.
Utah, I don't think would be in on willing to trade Lawson Krause. They're asking Lawson Krause Bennett replacement.
No.
And doomed.
Wouldn't it be crazy if we see Florida like not make a trade and possibly sign Bennett to an extension?
Could possibly see.
Possibly. Casey Middlestat is part of the deal per Pierre LeBrun, so that makes 1,000% sense.
Who are you saying signs Bennett to an extension?
Florida.
You're talking to Banks here with us today, and I'm really in Banksy's camp there. That number has to be very management friendly there.
Right.
And according, I'm not going to say anything just yet. I'm not 100% sure that's confirmed. So.
And guys, we haven't talked about this a lot, but with Bennett and Ekblad, this is kind of the breaking off point here if there's no extension in play here today.
Yeah, so if nothing, that's why I was kind of bringing it up. If nothing happens today, they're immediately hitting free agency unless something gets done right before that.
Which I would put at a lesser percentage, Banksy, than what happened with the Reinhardt situation.
100%.
I think so. We're using these two as own rentals. Some people argue with your asset management there. Fans are going to be very upset, Banksy, if we are a first round or second round exit. When you have Ekblad and Bennett, they're just going to walk out the door. But that's the risk you take if you're trying to go for the cup. So you have to look at it from both sides of the ledger. I'm not going to be too upset on it because I really don't want either back on a long-term extension. That's where I sit at. So if we're going for a cup, like we said, and we're trying to give the best team on ice, and that includes moving Spencer Knight out at this time, this best version of team now, because you only can play one goalie at a time. We know it's going to be Bob. Then I can live with that, Banksy. But it is going out the door for nothing.
No, it is. And the thing is, we've talked about this, it's people wanting to, make decisions with their hearts and their emotions and everything and not separating what it means going forward. I mean, if the Panthers were to sign both Bennett and Ekblad to extensions to the money that they probably want, it's going to damn this team going up. They won't be able to make other moves. They'll have to sell off other parts. I mean, other players that may have more impact on how the Panthers play, and our window will close so quick.
And you need them to go on LTIR to actually open money up, not just be off injured here and there, because then you're not helping you on the ice. And people got to realize, I personally think, and I'll put money on, Ekblad and Bennett won't age great.
No.
If they're getting injuries week to week, month to month, things like that, everyone's like, well, it's just LTIR. What if that rule's not in place down the road?
CBA's coming up.
right? CBA and different things like that. So you just can't bake on all that stuff. They're complaining enough right now with Kachuk. And Kachuk's injury is a legitimate injury. But Bennett and Ekblad, the way that they play, and more so how Bennett plays, and Ekblad's injury history that, we've talked about a lot, Banksy, on air and off air, I'm very skittish about it. And fans that wanted to trade Aaron Ekblad 2 years ago for a second and fourth round pick now want to extend the same guy. I'm not going with fans where they waver in the wind back and forth. I'm pretty pragmatic, and I'm down the middle of what I think. And again, I think Ekblad could get paid just like Bennett will. I think Bennett will for surely get paid. Some fans think Ekblad's going to take a sweetheart deal to stay with Florida, or because of like his numbers now not being there to what they used to be. I still think he gets paid on the open market.
So Casey Milstead will be going to Boston here. What do you guys think this does for Boston?
They get younger, I believe. That's about it.
It's literally it. That's literally it. I don't think there's anything more to it than.
So does this mean, is Boston selling?
Yeah, they wanted to get.
Yeah.
I wonder what Charlie. I mean, I do like this 3 centers now for Colorado: McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle, Drury on the fourth line. That center depth is really good. I mean, that's really good. They're going to need that. They're going to need that.
Did something happen with our graphic design that we haven't used on these last 2 trades? Or are you guys tired of cutting me off with it?
Well, I mean,
you can keep putting it on there.
I'll put it on there. I don't know. It's just, next trade, I will use it. And if the Panthers
put it on the technical side, because I haven't seen their last couple.
You're slacking there, Nick. You haven't been
putting it in. It's not Nick.
Yeah, because they keep coming up like one after another. They don't like do like one and then like 3 minutes and then one.
Well, you're like, I want some deals, and now here they're coming.
Yeah,
we said that, right? We said that about an hour ago, Caesar. 30, 45 left. We're down to 50.
And we're almost there. We're about 54 minutes left in the trade deadline now.
Let's say this next 10, 20, 30 minutes could be busy, and then we can decide from there, guys, if we want to wrap. It could start to slow down again before the.
So I want to get everybody's
officially passes, but there'll be deals coming.
I want to get everybody's predictions. Did the Panthers make a move in the next hour? In the chat here, what do we think?
Yes, and it's going to be minor.
Okay. Caesar?
What position?
Yeah,
defense.
Probably some defensively. I don't see them making a big move. Goaltending. Are we done with goaltending?
Yes.
We did get 2 of them now, right?
We should be.
They put one guy on waivers, Evan Cormier.
Yeah.
Yeah, they signed him, and I had to make him go through waivers to clear.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you there, Banksy. But yeah, Nick, that would be a big Kirby W here if there's no big move brought in. But
right? Yeah. So.
I think we're kind of done after the Seth Jones thing. I was excited about the Nico Sturm thing. I didn't think we were going to do that, Banksy. I didn't think we were going to address that 4C spot. I thought that would be a luxury decision.
And like you, Kirby, I've been wanting this because though Nosek has been playing pretty well, we needed that upgrade there at center.
A lot of people push back at me and they'll say, well, it's just the 4C at the end of the day. But I was a big
but you and I said it in the playoffs during the face-offs, whether it's penalty kill, power play, those key moments, winning the face-off are keys to getting out of the zone in the penalty kill. And I think that's where he's going to help us out.
He drove offense on certain nights, too, in the regular season.
Yeah, he's got 7 goals this year, right? So on a pretty bad team.
Got more than that right now. But I'm saying with Florida last year, I think he was leading us at one point, or at least with our depth force. He had 8-9 goals early in the season. So he's a guy that can drive play. So you're hoping that with Nico Sturm, like Banksy mentioned there earlier, with his skating and just one-on-one playmaking ability. We don't really have that from the fourth line. There's some nice Greer, like that game in San Jose. It's like, holy geez, is that AJ Greer out there or Pavel Bure? But you kind of add that with Nico Sturm on the fourth line now. He can make plays for that line. So it'd be interesting to see where he fits in there. If they're bringing Nosek out of the lineup, Gadjevich into the lineup when we're playing a heavier team, I could still see him having a placeholder spot there. We'll see.
Does Nosek get traded from Florida? Does he
I think he's hurt.
Traded?
I think he's hurt right now, which is why he wasn't at practice. But I don't know if he would have any suitors at this point. I mean, I think he's lucky to be on the roster. I mean, just my opinion.
Right. Okay.
So LeBrun said 4 minutes ago, Nick, Casey Milstad is part of this deal, but there are other parts.
Yeah, I said that. I saw that. Yeah, and I did mention that. So outside of that, Victor Olofsson is not on the ice for Vegas. Chris Johnson just said. He says to keep an eye out for that. So we'll see.
Okay. We still got about 50 minutes to go, gentlemen. 50 minutes to go.
And we might wrap earlier if we start to see things slow down a little bit here, but we can go to the hour deadline here if we would like. Appreciate everyone being here and joining us here for trade deadline. Producer Drew out there, Nick, I don't know if you read this. So Rantanen rejected 13.5 from Carolina and settled for 12 in Dallas. Speaks volumes about Carolina's ability to retain and maybe even Brind'Amour as head coach. I don't like all the chatter with Brind'Amour that people are like, because I feel, this is how I feel anyways. I talked about this on our post-game show last night. Rod Brind'Amour is the Carolina Hurricanes. He is that franchise as a coach. We talk about that with Paul Maurice and different things, but I think Brind'Amour is on a different level to what the talent is there and all the players are there. So you have Sebastian Aho, a young GM, and Rod Brind'Amour. Like, I think Rod Brind'Amour is the franchise when it comes to the Carolina Hurricanes. Banksy won a Stanley Cup with Carolina as a player. He's a big identity piece to what they're building there and what they have there. You move him out, I think that's where it can fall apart for Carolina. They no longer a lock in the top 3 in the Metro. To me, that can just fall off if you fire him, let him go, whatever.
He is probably holding everything together, but he's probably holding together something that's eventually going to fall apart. I mean, they haven't been able to get out of the Eastern Conference Finals for 15 years. They haven't won a game in the Eastern Conference Finals, and he just doesn't. He gets the most out of his players during the regular season. It's the playoffs that he doesn't, and it's just for whatever reason they don't have another gear. You know, people say they can't score goals.
Now that's not there, and some.
I think it's both. You know, that's why they went out and got Rantanen, thinking that they could possibly sign him, and then you have that scoring depth that's there. But at
we
the
don't
same
even get
time,
the playoffs with Carolina.
exactly.
And I would judge Rod on that if we got to see that. And
yes.
Then enough, right? But now we don't even get to evaluate that.
So the team is going to be the same going into the playoffs. They're going to play a high forechecking game. They're going to be really good on the penalty kill, but can they score timely goals? That's always been their issue. And no, they're not going to be able to. They don't have
You need
Nature's.
like Seth Jarvis or Aho to just have a hell of a series in an Eastern Conference final where they're the best players on the ice. That's a tough ask.
It 100% is, and they may be stars, but they're not superstars. I mean, it took Barkov until the Stanley Cup run 2 years ago to really come out and show everybody what he can do. But he also had Kachuk there as a superstar to kind of help him get over that hump. I don't see what Carolina has to offer that's even remotely close to that.
Yeah. Any predictions on upcoming trades? Moderator Ryan asked there. Don Bania says Cooper Black for Dominic Hasek. I don't know if you're aware of this, Banksy, but Cooper Black is a big name in our community. We have fun there. There's a couple backers of him for sure, and other ones that are like, he's not going to get any NHL time. I'm not sure what Carly's asking down there to me. I'm not in the chat right now.
Cooper Black sounds cool, and he's got really good numbers. So, I mean, I don't really foresee Kakkonen sticking around.
Okay.
I think we're going to have a new backup goaltender for next year, too.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Vanacek is sticking around past this time. What he would even want, that Zito would want to give, and even caliber. I think there's going to be so much better caliber backups out there. I've said this name, and some people, I don't know if it would be a fit for Florida, but Stuart Skinner, I don't think he's an automatic starter for wherever he goes. His deal is expiring.
The Chicago Blackhawks have traded Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith to the Detroit Red Wings in exchange for Joe Veleno, according to Frank Saravelli. Kirby, thoughts on this?
Also, Peter Mrazek goes back to Detroit, am I not?
Yes, he does, and I wonder what that means about the other goalies.
How many goalies do they again have in Detroit there, Banksy? I know Banksy will have a lot to add here on the Detroit side of things. Mrazek is a name that we talked about with Tab. Bamford there that we had on our latest episode of the Cats and Rats podcast. And that's where I had to jump in with you and Cody there, Nick. And I was like, hold on a second here. They believe in their youngster tandem in net there. Mrazek's going to kind of be the odd man out. And now we see this here, Banks.
Goaltending has not been the problem in Detroit this season. Talbot has been amazing. Lyon has been really good still. I mean, he'll have his off night. I mean, he's not a starter. I don't know why they have played him like that, but goaltending has not been their issue. It's been defense. And then on top of that, their offense will go hot and cold, and then they'll stop playing. They're on a skid right now. Goaltending was not their issue. They needed more back end help. And this, to me, addresses nothing at all. And they get rid of Valeno, which I think was on the outs for the last year and a half.
Very highly touted prospect, but hasn't ever materialized, right?
Nope. And he made a mistake, I think, playing in an international tournament where I think he stepped on a guy's heel and really got thrown off the team after that. I think he's banned in from international play now.
Oh, interesting. Was that you're talking World Championships?
I think so, yes.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, this does absolutely nothing except help Chicago shed a goaltender.
Yeah, and we've talked about this so much in our community, Nick. How many goalies they have in Detroit? Like, we talked about our division preview show here coming into this season. What are they doing in net here? Sebastian Kosa, that's another name. Isn't he still in Detroit, Nick?
Yeah, but I don't. He's. I think at the last time was the ECHL or AHL. I'm not 1,000.
No, he's up with Grand Rapids. He's playing.
So what I missed, gentlemen?
Nothing really.
What you see on the screen there?
Wow. Okay. So Mrazek and Craig's to Detroit. Okay.
David Pagnotta just reports.
You gotta get it.
As Carolina explores more moves, I wonder if they try to poke around on Marchand.
And Brad Marchand on talking about it.
Man, that team is done. I'm sorry. Stick a fork in them.
That's crazy.
I'm not Banksy. I'm not big on Detroit garnering a wild card spot. Neither was I last year. They got very close there. Stumbled a little bit down the stretch. I think that loss to Florida really was like the one to Columbus last night. Like, okay, we're not as far ahead here as we thought we were. And I get that same feeling at Detroit. I really like the hiring of Todd McLellan. I really liked him in Edmonton and LA. I don't know what LA is doing now, but I really liked him in those stops there. And I thought he was really good for accountability with even McDavid and Draisaitl when they were a lot younger, coming into the league as superstar players. So I like that there in Detroit. But, that new coach kind of buzz and magic kind of wears off as you go along as well. What are your thoughts on Detroit trying to get into a wild card spot?
So, yeah, I mean, you have that buzz. You finally have a coach who's not afraid to hold players accountable, because that was the biggest issue they had with Derek Lalonde. I mean, rookie coach, probably want to be more of a player's coach and not step on any toes, just be that good coach to everybody.
Come in with his Tampa Bay implement, but it's not really his. It's Cooper's and staff, right?
Correct. And now McLellan comes in. He was a coach for Detroit when they last won their cup in 2008. He knows what it takes to win. He's going to hold them accountable. I mean, he will come out in a press conference and rip a guy and just say, no, I'm going to talk to him for that play. Like, I think Justin Hall had a play where he left the puck in front of the net, just misplayed it, and it went into the back of the net, and he didn't play the next game. So
he used to do that with David and Draisaitl, not bench them, but he would call them out to the media. And the old boys club in Edmonton, you guys are all familiar with it now with us playing in the Stanley Cup final. Like, well, you can't talk to them like that. Say, I'll do what I have to do. Right?
Exactly.
So there's a push with media there, how hard he was on the super. I wish Paul Maurice did that a little bit more at times with one of our guys that's not currently in the lineup, but that's the style. But sometimes in game 42 of a regular season, you kick Matthew Tkachuk in the butt. But that's what Todd McLellan will do. It doesn't matter what name's on the back of the jersey.
And unfortunately, he's in the position now where he has to do that because they want to get back in the playoffs, and he's got to start kicking their butts right now. And now they're on a skid. So what's he going to do now? You got Yzerman out here with his Yzer plan now, going to trade for Peter Mrazek again. Now they have 4 goaltenders. What are you doing?
Because Cody would be losing his mind if he was here right now. He'd be like, what are you doing on the defensive back end? I thought Edmondson was going to really take that step forward this year, and he has.
Yes.
That's one name that I mentioned, but that's not enough. And you have Sider there that has to carry a lot of load, look at minutes played and things like that.
Yeah.
Pay close attention to Detroit there. Banksy.
Johansson came up.
Sorry?
Johansson came up, and he's played very well. But you still have Sherratt that's there that is still he is what he is. And then you don't really have anybody else, to be honest. Like, he's going to have to revamp that D-core again. And he's either going to have to go younger or bring in people who actually want to play defense.
And Veleno, when he came into the league, mistake me if I'm not wrong here, but they had him pegged as a number 1, number 2 defenseman, first pairing of the future.
Well, Veleno, he wasn't a defenseman. He's a centerman.
Oh, centerman. I'm thinking of the other guy that was out of Victoria. I'm trying to think now. Oh, I'm getting mistaken here. My bad.
No, it's all good. No. Veleno definitely. I think he wore his welcome out real quick, which is why I made the comments earlier.
Where did they have him projected?
Second line center. And they had to bring in JT Compher. They brought in Kopp.
I like Kopp, but that deal was
bad.
Yeah.
Let's kind of talk about Columbus. They haven't made any deals here, especially with the way their cap is. They got a lot of money to play around with. I'm kind of surprised they didn't make any moves here today. Are you guys?
Who, Columbus?
Columbus, yeah.
Well, we talked about them earlier, but go ahead there, guys.
No, they did make a move. They brought in Cunnin.
Oh,
Luke
yeah,
Cunnin.
you're right. My bad.
No,
my
but but that's a little bit of a smaller move there, Nick. But we talked about this earlier. I said what GM Don Waddell said. We're just not going for it right now, Caesar. They're looking to the future. So that would be this offseason, I would think, here, Banksy and Nick, of investing more money into free agent.
Yeah, it'd have to be, right?
I'm with the Johnny Gaudreau thing. You have to let that play out. So this summer, they kind of reset now.
Mm-hmm.
And they see what the team did on the ice. And now it's like, I would be surprised if they didn't spend funds and money towards free agent players this summer. That's what would be surprising, how they've played this year.
Okay.
Yep. 100% agree on that. So, still got Besser. I think Carly reported that he was actually on the ice for morning skate. So that may
Ben
say,
also
yep,
confirming.
Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
So that may say that he's sticking around, which again, I don't think Vancouver knows what they're doing. Chicago is still negotiating with Ryan Donato. Last I checked, he would be going for a high price. Not sure where he would fit in though.
Just a little over 38 minutes here till the trade deadline. We'll see what happens here in the next couple of minutes here.
Does TSN have anything going on? Or are they slamming people?
They're doing the reporter route right now. So Claire Hand. On mute so I can just see what's going on with it.
I don't even know if you heard that, Kirby, but you decided to use it for this trade because I haven't been able to use it as much as I wanted. Cody Glass has been traded from the Pittsburgh Penguins to New Jersey. Obviously that's kind of prevalent because New Jersey needs some center depth with Jack Hughes.
We were just talking about that. Does New Jersey do something else here?
So more of not a huge trade, but it's something, and that's it's kind of been not as active as I think some would have thought or hoped for today. So
Cody Glass, original Vegas Knight.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the deal is there, and also Pierre LeBrun. The full trade is Charlie Coyle and a 5th-round pick to Colorado, Middlestat, Zellers, and a 2025 second go to Boston there. So it's that.
Wow. Let's take a look at Colorado's lineup here. This is pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep.
And Landeskog on LTIR when he comes back. I mean, they're gonna be a force to reckon with in the.
Yeah, I put an if on that because he's been skating earlier in the year and things like that. Yeah, Charlie Coyle there now. slotted at the 3rd C position. Drury they brought in on the original Rantanen deal down there on the 4. So, and then Nelson last night. So the whole makeup of the center ice position there for Colorado the past one. And then what we're not seeing on the screen there, gentlemen, is, hey, we have a problem with goalies. We're not going to replace just one. We're going to replace both. So Colorado, big shake up here. Nick, something that our co-host Cody's talked about a lot about not believing in their depth. Well, Cody's a big proponent of down the middle of the ice, and look what they're icing down the middle of the ice. Now, Coyle is in an appropriate spot there, Banksy and Nick, where he was playing too high up the lineup in Boston, even on like a President's Trophy level team, and then the following season there. So interesting to see down the middle there.
Literally just revamped.
Really good center depth. Really good center depth.
All within the last month, 3 new centers. After Christmas, I believe they got new goaltenders.
Yep.
Yeah, they're shaped up pretty good right now.
And I've always been high on Colorado because they're a proven product. And when you can put, you've seen the 4 nations, you put just McKinnon and Makar out there on the ice. It's like 2 best players in the world you're likely looking at when you're going against the other team out there on the ice. So would love to see a Colorado Edmonton version 2 rematch in like a Western Conference final type setting. We'll see if we get that. But yeah, that would be pretty exciting Western Conference final if you ask me. And then the questions now, Nick, would go to Edmonton in net instead of Colorado where it would have been in the past. So that would be kind of
I mean,
with Blackwood versus Skinner, a lot more questions with Edmonton. Because your guy Georgiev's no longer in Colorado.
Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about that. But Mackenzie Blackwood's been really good for them. So, and they revamped their goaltending. They changed both their goaltenders in span of 2-3 weeks, and they changed 3 of their centers. So, yeah.
Thank you there, Caesar.
No problem, gentlemen.
Does Paul Maurice say anything today? Like, nobody's posting about that.
I'll check up on that for you.
You don't going to be speaking today? I'd be curious on that.
Yeah, I would think, right?
Sometimes it's mandatory for some of these GMs. For others, not so much.
All Maurice said is there's a good chance that Stern plays tomorrow versus Buffalo. So
good.
Any lineup? So we're just assuming down the middle.
Only 14 guys are on the ice today.
A lot of them took the option.
Yeah, especially with the 4 nations, and I think that Maurice is kind of managing their time on the ice there.
When it comes to practice, though, Caesar, you've asked about guys during games. I don't know if they're doing that.
No. I'm talking about practice. So
practice. You're talking about practice?
Great Allen Iverson.
But like Caesar, you asked like Barkov a night off, Mikkola a night off. I don't think they're going to do that.
No. I'm talking about like
not right now, but you've talked about leading up to this point where like I think they're gonna. I don't think Maurice is going to do that. You know,
you're right. Yeah,
days in between the optional skates, that type of stuff. So, people talk about messing with chemistry, Banksy. I think you start messing with things when you give guys sitting them out of the lineup and different things like that, and just think, oh, it's all going to click when you come back. That's not Maurice's style.
No, it's
no, because one thing could happen. Go ahead, Caesar. Sorry.
No, and we've known that, especially with the amount of minutes Barkov gets in the penalty kill and the amount of minutes the defensemen get here, Ekblad. And we saw it with Seth Jones, his first game with the Florida Panthers, 21 plus minutes, right? So he's not afraid to put guys out there for a long period of time if they're playing well. So, yeah, go ahead, Banks.
So I don't think he's going to rest anybody because I think the playoff positioning is too important right now. They want to win the division so that they can play a wild card team. So as far as practice goes, if they need a day off or they need a couple of days off, that's fine. As long as they're in the training room getting worked on and everything, and they're around the team, I think that's more important just to stay around. But if you start taking them out of games, then something could happen within the game that kind of flips the idea or flips what they want to do. And that could not happen if they try to insert somebody into the lineup. You know, you always see somebody who's inserted into the lineup always has a gust of energy that comes out, but then fades or doesn't have the right mentality of what they're trying to do. They seem off. But
Yeah, and just to jump in, Banksy, to your point there, Nick's mentioned this too, like to Caesar and other people that brought up this question. You can't bark off there. Just limit his minutes in the third period if you're up in the game, or just have him sit on the bench. But he's skating and he's playing in the early portion of the game. Then you can make adjustments in the third period. Like last night, Columbus 2-goal lead. They say is the worst lead in hockey. Well, it wasn't yesterday. Like Florida had that unlock. So that's where you can start to sit guys when you have like 5-10 games left in the season. Start to limit their minutes. Throw the other guys out there, and you're rolling all your lines.
Well, Verhage had 12 minutes last night and barely played in the third period. So, and I was skeptical of that, but then after seeing how everything was, it made sense.
You think that was trade based there, or performance, or both?
I think it could be
Both.
a little bit of both.
Yeah.
You could definitely read into that. We're about 30 minutes exactly till the trade deadline, and nothing's happening at the moment yet, but I think we'll start getting the last minute trades here when it's like 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, I think Hurdle trade came in right around the end. So some stuff could happen. Yeah, every time a freaking notification comes up on Twitter, I'm jumping to it.
So I want to go back to the Josh Norris trade real quick. Is there really a guy up in Ottawa that had his face tattooed on his stomach?
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
I saw that. I don't know. I don't know if that's real or not. Oh my god!
I feel bad for that guy now.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh god!
Hockey Tandem is alive in Ottawa, Banksy, but they have a hard time selling out Eastern Conference final games. But I digress.
Kirby was waiting for Montour to get an extension for him to do that. He never ended up happening. So now
Nick and I know.
I would put his face. It would be Money Montour, the brand.
Oh no, and Nick and I kind of known for Cowboy Nation with all these tattoos of Super Bowls this year.
Boy.
And it's like, really, people.
Hockey too, Caesar.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. But hey, it's their body. They can do what they want. So they're the ones that have to live with it.
Yeah, I still haven't gotten one. I don't know if I'm going to get a hockey one or not, but.
Oh, your partner was speaking of Banksy. Armando just got his over the last couple of weeks here.
Yeah, he added on the cat finally. He had the cup in 2024, and then I think he just added the leaping cat.
The new version of the leaping cat.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, I plan on getting one too. I just want to we'll see what happens this year, but kind of like to remember my little brother too, who passed away. So. A really special moment winning the cup last year. So, yeah.
Nice touch, Caesar.
That's awesome.
All right, let's see here.
That concludes our long, geez, guys, 10-14 day week here with the Seth Jones live stream, episodes, Nick, Caesar, the After Darks, post-game shows, Nick. Wow. I need a rest after this trade deadline. And other things going on, Nick. Oh. Well, yeah, appreciate Banksy being here with us today. Everyone drop a follow. If you haven't followed Banksy over there, make sure you drop him a follow. Where can they follow you, Banksy, on Twitter, Instagram?
Yeah, you guys can follow me on Twitter as you see my handle at Prudential0, and then on Instagram I am at the official BURE 1096. So Bure 1096. Hopefully I can get some followers over there. But, it's been great actually, coming in, to spaces and everything and being part of that community. You guys have welcomed me, and I'm very fortunate for that. I'm just glad we were able to make this come together today. Like Nick, this is one of my holidays of the year. So, going forward, I think this will be a beautiful thing to keep going.
For sure. And Banksy, I really appreciate you helping us today because we had to
appreciate you. Yeah.
Skeleton put this together, but I'm like, we got Banksy here. We're solid. But we do miss some of our co-stars aren't going to join us here today. Vince, that was scheduled here today. Cody, Lex, and some others as well. So appreciate you being here and filling in, Banksy. And we had scheduled Banksy this a long time ago. So awesome.
Real quick, gentlemen, Strum looks pretty good in a Panther jersey there. He definitely looks like a Panther, right?
Is he wearing number 8? Is he?
I believe so. I believe that's
Ocho?
his number. He'll be.
Okay.
I don't know if he'll be quite as Pozo-ish. He could be a little bit better. I think Pozo did a really good job.
Pozo was at the end of the road with us there.
Right, so. Exactly. So I'm pretty excited to see him tomorrow. I'll be at the game watching that, and we'll see if I believe our new acquisition and goaltender will be starting tomorrow, right, guys?
Nothing confirmed yet. No,
It
nothing
hasn't been
confirmed.
confirmed, right? Okay.
Yeah, Fab says there he'll be wearing number 8. So Nico Sturm will be interesting to see what he does on the fourth line. Shout out to Jimmy on our post-game show. He's Mr. Fourth line guy. So we talk, Nick, probably fourth line a little bit more than some people like. It's his little stick there.
Probably talk about him more than the fourth line plays, but it's all right.
See what they did that period? I don't know if they played much.
I don't know.
But Gadget's dropping the gloves there.
Yeah, wants to stay in the lineup.
Yeah, so I think this adds more depth now, like that we can actually talk about the fourth line's contributions moving forward here. Because when you put a guy down the middle of the ice, Nick, that's going to be able to take minutes, play PK, different parts of your element of the game. We haven't had that, like Banksy mentioned earlier, dating back to Stenlin, where he was a crucial part of our special teams when it came to the penalty kill. Just some Cousins and Norris stuff here that I'm seeing on Sportsnet right now. What's going on? Yeah.
I don't know who said it, but yeah, they said they had the Cousins and Cousins on the Senators now. So I don't know if they're cousins or if they're any way related. I don't even think they spelled their last name right.
No.
Do hope that Nick Cousins does recover from his injury that he had.
That kind of open ice there. Almost you could say bordering on like that blindside hit. East play there. Mikko Rantanen being interviewed on TSN right now. New member of the Dallas Stars.
We don't have a trade, but we have a signing in New York here.
They just picked him up too.
2-year deal, looks like, per Elliot Friedman.
I forget where they got him from because New York's been wheeling and dealing, but I almost feel like was he part of the?
Sorry, was that back in Ninian?
Yeah, back in Ninian.
Oh, I'm trying to think now. Why am I drawing a blank?
Did he come from Vancouver along with JT Miller, or was JT Miller the only piece that came over?
I think he was the only piece, if I'm not mistaken.
We have an extension.
Nick, can you help us on the back end?
Well, I don't really know. I think he's I forget where. I think he was in Boston, but that's not the extension I'm talking about.
Oh,
Wyatt Johnston has re-signed in Dallas. 5 years, 8.4 AAV.
Nick,
wow,
my guy.
My guy.
Blow
it out your ass.
Who has him on the Cats Rats fantasy hockey team?
Who traded him last year to me?
I traded Philip.
You. Okay.
You sold me on Philip Hedl, and
I did.
You still owe me on that.
I'm
Just
a
like
salesman.
I got Mike Williams in the football league with damaged goods from Cody. This is what I'm dealing with. Thanks in these fantasy.
Mike Williams.
That's what I said. Mike Williams.
You said Nick.
Oh, did I? Mike.
You said Nick Williams.
Mike Williams. And you sold me damaged goods on Philip Hedl last year.
You know what? You gotta know hockey more, man. That's all I gotta say to you.
So Vakanainen actually came over from Anaheim and the Trouba deal.
Oh, thank you. Thank you there, Vince.
So he's been a bright spot since he came over.
That's a good deal for New York. Retaining him for another 2 years for 1.5. Kind of like the Borquist move that we had. So
correct.
Good for them.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
But Wyatt Johnson, I think, is the discount for Dallas. I think they already had this done. I think they're just waiting for Rantanen to actually decide if he was signing there or not.
Correct.
This is what Adam says here. If he's refreshing a little quicker than us. Caesar can be on those. Look up those tweets there. Anything that comes out from the Florida media.
I'm right on you.
They will be tweeting that out very shortly here if their day is done. 21 minutes and counting. Again, deals can go in after the deadline. So if we are off the live stream here in 20 minutes, just keep making sure to track things because things can happen. So always advise that for everyone. Look at the Sam Reinhart deal on the eve of July 1st, signing that extension. So you always want to wait that extra half an hour to see if anything rolls through.
Man, Dallas is having themselves a day today. If there's anybody, a team, winners or losers, I think Dallas is right there. And
Yeah, we might have to get into our winners and losers here. That's a good segment here of the day. I know if Vince was here today, he would be bringing that up, the winners and losers. I'd have to go through all of the moves here. I know Nick has been tracking them.
I'm not much of a winners or losers, just because you really don't know until the end.
Well, they connected. You don't know up here, Caesar. Oh my God, they'll have full list.
But kind of like in football, I know that happens a lot. It's like winners or losers of the draft, or winners or losers of the trade deadline.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my phone down
Harder to predict
for 2 minutes. Or is that the wrong thing, Banksy?
What do you mean?
I thought you said that there was a trade happening when you said
Oh,
that.
no.
Okay, I'm going to put my phone down for 2 minutes and maybe something happens. As
far as the winners go, it's got to be Dallas. It's got to be Colorado.
Winnipeg,
definitely. They will say probably at least just because they got Lawton, but that's the only move. It does make them better. I will put
it's not from today, but the Florida Panthers.
Yes, got their Christmas shopping done early. We just got to wait for the presents to actually be open now, but they definitely won. Tampa Bay won as well. Good one.
Yeah.
Although I don't like all those first round picks.
Okay.
They don't.
I
push them.
I think it's a fit. I think the top 9. Now again, Tampa Bay could have done something else. They might. Well, they very well might. Carolina.
Hold on. Carr's question earlier. Where's Vegas?
Well, yeah, and my question is, we're talking about, are we going to make any more moves? Where the hell is Carolina right now? We got 20 minutes to the deadline. Have they made a move? Are they going to make a move?
Jamie in the chat. Jamie is in the chat there.
Is that Jamie?
That's Jamie, right?
What's up, Jamie?
I honestly think Florida is done unless they get another defenseman depth. But yeah, I don't really see them.
They're too high on Schmidt, I feel.
Yeah,
which is fine. If you have the money, use it. Use it. It doesn't matter. Pick up a rental. I don't care. Use the money. Or retain some cap.
So what are they doing with
it? I don't give a damn. Just give us something.
The $4 million, is it?
I mean, I think that'd be a waste, wouldn't you? Like Zito's MO was we're going to spend up to the cap.
Well, he's got to have an answer for it if it's not.
Well, why don't you think Yoki Harju?
Do you think that the trade, the Rantanen trade, kind of like subsided Florida's chance of making a move of where that money was going to be allocated?
Yeah, it definitely could have, but Zito probably had other contingencies, and I don't know if the other teams are either getting back to him or maybe the prices are still too high.
What the assets would be, Banksy.
That is true, especially because it does take 2 to tango. So it all depends on what other teams want, and maybe they're asking prices too much for us to willing to take just something to rent for these next few months.
Well.
We call it Jesse.
That is true.
Can I be honest? I don't understand the mystique or the aura around that guy, Puljujärvi.
This is double trouble now.
We got double Kirby.
Oh
no! There's 2 of them. Oh no!
We're waiting for a Kirby.
Got booted.
We got a Kirby bomb coming in.
I don't have
it coming back.
Another name that didn't get moved. I mean, if you're Toronto, you got to be a little underwhelmed, right?
Shen.
Yeah. I mean, Shen hasn't gotten moved.
Well, the Lawton move though.
Yeah, the Lawton, but it's like
they were looking for a center because of how Max Domi's looked this year. He hasn't been great.
No, they tried playing him at center, right? But like you got Besser, Raquel, Marchand, not even Marchand, but like Besser and Raquel, like
Shen said that he wasn't going to waive his clause to go to Toronto. So that nixed that right away.
Yeah.
So I think he's happy in St. Louis.
So let's talk a little bit about the losers. We kind of briefed up the winners. Who do you guys think a loss today on potentially
Well, Nick
improving the
already
team?
I mean, if Carolina doesn't do anything, I mean, how the hell can you not say them, right? I mean, Carolina would be one. Obviously,
Pittsburgh would be a loser to me with the whole Carlson thing and whatever's
Yeah,
going on.
that could definitely be.
Would you constitute Vancouver as that?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to say this. Not by the. I didn't like the moves they make, but they should have made a more major move, a bigger move, considering the other teams in the conference. Winnipeg, I think, could be considered a slight loser.
Oh, I got them as a winner.
Oh, I mean, come on! Like
No,
they need a second line center.
No, hold on, Nick. Cheveldayoff has in the past done nothing.
They need that's great. They need a second line center. It's not, oh, you did more than you did last year. No, did you do more or as much as the other teams in your conference?
No, again, it's the market there that people want to go to.
They need a second line center. Adam Lowry's not going to cut it. I'm sorry. I know you like him, but he's not a second line center. That's not good enough. You were in on Brock Nelson, and you allowed two teams in your conference. Like your number one target, you allowed what's it called? Colorado to get.
Mm-hmm.
And now Dallas gets Rantanen. Tanev and Shen, those are good pickups, and they're not horrible losers, but based off they haven't made a bigger move, and the other teams have.
Nick, we always talk about this. The biggest move doesn't always bring you the cup.
Okay, but you got to make somewhat. You're staying with Adam Lowry as your second line center.
Mid-range moves that they're adding to a team that's in contention and likely could win the President's Trophy.
Okay. Luke Schen's a bottom pair defenseman, and Brandon Tanev's a bottom six.
I'm high on both of them.
So great, but they needed a second line center, and that was the biggest need, and they didn't get it. So
look at I've seen on my screen right now TSN D-Day winning acquisitions in 2024. Kyle Oposo, Andre Cogliano, Arturi Lehkonen, Barclay Goodrow with Tampa in 2020, Michael Delzato 2019, Mark Streit for Pittsburgh in 2017. These aren't big names, Nick. Brad Stewart going back to 08 with Detroit. Mark Recchi at the end of his career in Carolina.
Listen, I like what Winnipeg did. I think they did a good job, but I think based off what other teams in the conference did, and if they don't make a bigger move, it is a slight loser. I still really like what they did, but
Jamie brings up Utah. They re-signed Vamelka, so they kind of do that there. But I'm fine with Utah not making it. You kind of got to stand pat with where they are, battling St. Louis, Calgary, and Vancouver. There's only one spot really available, I would say. So what do you do if you're Utah? You don't want to sell, right, Nick? Because that's not a good message to your new fans.
I think they just stand pat.
Kind of what Bill Zito did a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm fine.
Two teams in our division that I will say are losers. Buffalo, you got to give it to them. They're going to get that every trade deadline. And then, again, I still don't know what Steve Yzerman's doing with the Detroit Red Wings, taking on another goalie that they did not need.
Yep. Great points there, Banksy. And I'm going to, as Nick's kind of crapping on the Jets a little bit, I'm going to praise Ottawa here with bringing in Dylan Cousins. That's huge. And not just that, the subtraction. And I know we played the Brady Tkachuk video, but moving on from Josh Norris in that deal and contract. How much years does he have left, Nick? Is there 4 years left on that?
5.
Well, so, to Banksy's point of Buffalo being a loser, I'll add Ottawa in the winners column on the Dylan Cousins move. Because Ottawa didn't have a lot of money there, Nick. They had really no money. I think they are below $800K or something for deadline space. So they're able to move Norris out and bring Cousins in. I think that's going to be a big win for Ottawa.
Real quick, let's I kind of want to show Rantanen was actually on with TSN. Let's hear what he had to say prior to getting moved.
Was Dallas the only place? Was that the place you zeroed in on right away, or were there other things you had to consider there?
Yeah, well, I think it's probably hard to just single out the one team, So I wouldn't say it was just one team, but it's I think just the fit is obviously you look around, you try to your situation and see what's best for you. That's what I was kind of doing for a month or so, and trying to think about everything, but yeah, just to fit in Dallas, and really excited to be part of the group. It's a great team, and they've been successful last couple of years, so hopefully I can jump into that and help the team.
Interesting take there. Dallas was not the only team. I wonder who that other team could have been.
Well, we all know that online and social media. If they could have played that back in the day before the big social media boom, then he could have got away with saying that, and everyone would be like, really? They weren't the only team. But I think everyone was aware of that, how news is deciphered now. So
Yeah.
he's honest and transparent there, Banksy.
I think he was either going to the Finnish capital, which is Sunrise, Florida, or he was going over to Dallas. It was one of those two. It was just going to be a culture fit and what he was looking to accomplish.
A lot of Finns over there in Dallas as well. So we got something on there for Fabs. Which team that has been quiet are you most surprised that hasn't made a move? To me, that's Vegas that I mentioned earlier.
Vegas. To me, maybe New Jersey.
Potentially. What's LA done?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Kuzmenko, that's it.
Yeah, that's not enough.
That's not enough.
Like Nick getting on Winnipeg, I'll get on LA. What are you doing? Like, isn't there holes to fill there? What happened with all the Brandt Clark talk there too, Nick? Things that was going on that accord. Goaltending's been all right this year with Kemper. You wonder if they could address that or shore that up a little bit more. So things there in LA, I would say, for sure.
I kind of said this, Carly. Good point. This was before the injury, though. I wasn't too impressed with New Jersey, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them drop, maybe possibly to that wild card. So we'll see what happens. There's still a few weeks to go.
I think they're going to drop out.
I don't know what this means. Vegas Golden Knights Twitter. Hi. That's all it said.
No.
That's all it said. And I think that tells us everything we need to know. My gosh.
We're about 8 minutes left, boys.
My gosh.
Gentlemen, 8 minutes left.
And Banksy's like, oh, fuck.
Just give me, I'll just give you the Cobra right now.
Oh my gosh, that might have been. We got to clip that. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that was. Man, I wonder who they're looking at. Erik Karlsson, Kirby?
Oh, please take that man.
They are live. It shows on X, so I don't know what that means. We'll see.
Gary Lawless, the former Winnipeg Jet reporter.
Here we go. That's the tweet that Nick was talking about.
Bye.
Here we go.
It's like that meme that's going around. Hi and goodbye. Come see our.
Oh, you know what gift or meme I'm going to add there, Nick, right now.
So you guys think?
Oh my gosh, dude, that's not good.
What's going on? What's going on?
I don't know. We'll see what happens. But
he's talking about Vegas.
Why can't our admin post that right now?
Nick, go look. Nick, go look what I posted there to Vegas on that. You know it's coming. We need Luongo in there. Remember Luongo?
That would have been a great reply. Just have a picture of Luongo at practice today. We're about 7 minutes, gentlemen. 7 minutes left in the trade deadline.
Probably around then. Everyone stay with us over on the Twitter X platform there for any discussions or anything. I don't know, Nick, at this point, like I said to you last night, anything big is going to break with the Panthers here, so we probably won't go live with any type coverage after this official deadline passes as deals roll in. As you can say, you never can count out Zito for anything, so there's always that caveat.
I think I'm just gonna be quiet because, they're gonna bomb this trade deadline.
Who?
Vegas.
Vegas.
It's kind of
Watch. They get Marchessault back or they get Stamkos.
let's look at all the replies here real quick. I love it.
That was mine there.
Should I reply? It probably wouldn't be the nicest thing.
Oh, would it? Oh. Locked On Senator says go away.
Go to the party, pal.
There we go. I love our Panther community here.
Kirby, take a look at what I just said.
Babs is in there.
You might want to refresh, Caesar.
All right, let's see. I love it. I love it. I don't see yours on there yet.
Luongo has to tweet
You'll
something.
see it. You'll see it.
But Luongo might be busy just stretching. He's probably stretching after practice today still. And hasn't refreshed his phone.
Hmm.
What the hell?
No, okay. I could see that.
Ooh, you think?
Possibly.
Interesting.
You might want to refresh it again, Caesar.
Nothing yet, man. Nothing yet.
Oh, that's weird. Anyway,
I guess.
Well, Kirby's is gone too. So
Jason Demers, that's my favorite Panther defenseman of the past, Nick Knocked. Says the Florida Panthers are a problem.
You said that last night.
Yep.
Last night. I don't know why that's coming up on my feed now, but anyways.
So, 4 minutes, gentlemen. 4 minutes. We'll see what happens here.
It's going to be Marchand. Bucci's already tweeting.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Really, Marchand? Wow.
Oh, Caesar.
TSN just posted the eye emojis.
So, does this mean we could do this?
No, because
For
there's
sure.
Pierre LeBrun just said Marchand to Vegas.
So it looks like it's a done deal.
Marchand to
On the screen.
Vegas.
Nick, whatever you get, put it up.
Fuck.
And then it. Well, we'll go for a few more minutes now with that news.
Yeah, I mean, that's a buzzer beater for sure.
They always do that.
Wow.
It's like Carly's like, what about that? Like,
and we were just talking about like maybe Vegas are like the ones not doing anything here. You're kind of surprised. And then
they're always doing stuff. They're always doing stuff behind the scenes. Kelly McCrimmon. And TSN's covering it here now. That tweet they just shared on the screen like we did. They're giggling on TSN.
And you might want to put this up.
Wow, I'm surprised.
Hold on.
Put it in the private chat there, Banksy, or whatever link you guys got. And Caesar will have it, Banksy. Good operation today, guys. Good job.
Yeah.
Great. First time doing this,
Go ahead. Run it, Caesar.
All right. Here we go, gentlemen.
In addition to the Vegas Golden Knights getting Brad Marchand, the Carolina Hurricanes have acquired Rickard Rakell from the Carolina Hurricanes. And that is all. I don't know what the hell is going on, but...
Hold on, you said that. Say that again. Read it again.
It says Rickard Rakell to the Hurricanes. Right, Banksy?
You said from the Carolina.
From the Carolina Hurricanes.
Well, from the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Carolina Hurricanes are acquiring...
I was a little confused there.
I was like,
So then maybe a Panther trade comes in now.
Wow, Raquel to the Canes.
It's not a needle mover.
Wow. Harley called it there.
Marchand would have been fun.
So are we gonna make a move?
I would have liked to see Marchand with Bennett here. I wouldn't have minded seeing that.
What are you doing? Who are you taking off the roster?
Where'd you see that, Banksy?
Yeah.
One of the
Udi.
one of the TSN guys. Give me a second.
Okay.
LeBron, McKenzie, Johnson.
Let me find it.
Drager.
There's nothing yet. I don't see it on X yet.
Well, if we
Nothing
broke that
official.
prematurely, I apologize.
Make sure it's a real
Yeah.
account there, Banksy. Don't get
Yeah,
like
no.
Frunked. Nick, Frunked.
You got Frank, dude.
I hope I didn't get Frank.
Oh no, people on Twitter are saying it's happening. So
Last 20 seconds, but the deals are still going to come through.
you're not the only one saying that, Banksy. There's people on Twitter.
Okay.
Chris Johnson said it on TSN 7 minutes
Yes.
ago.
Okay. Yeah.
As somebody is Sportsnet 590, Sash Sharnaz Kirby.
Might be a team reporter.
He's a host of the sport on a Sportsnet 590. Says that's
radio, maybe. No.
okay. So that's what he says. So we'll see what ends up happening
Radio
there.
podcast, whatever you call it. Okay.
I wonder if we're doing anything.
Nothing yet.
Deadline has officially passed. Again, deals will come through.
So, what salary is going back to Boston?
Who the hell knows?
Doesn't look like Florida's going to do any deals unless any last minute paperwork is done here. But it looks like Florida might be done.
Well,
I haven't helped you there.
I have not seen any white flag saying that they're not doing anything. I haven't seen George. I haven't seen.
Yeah.
They're staying quiet, so that must mean something. I don't. Because usually, Kirby, like if they make a trade, then they're like, oh, they're done for the day. Like, probably Zito would have called the press
he would have
conference.
said that too, like Jameson or.
Well, Zito probably would have called the press conference early too. So I have no clue what's going on.
Because he's done that every year, hasn't he? In recent memory.
I wonder, bro.
Last year, Banksy.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Is he going to say he was so busy he didn't reach out to the media to give them that message earlier? Or is he? Because we heard from Elliot Friedman, Zito didn't want to get back to him after the Jones deal. And he got Kyle Davidson on the phone right away. So you never know with Zito what's cooking.
Yeah, he's
not media friendly.
Brad Marchand to Florida, Elliot just said. Brad Marchand to Florida. I'm not even fucking around.
No.
Oh, Nick does
what the fuck?
He does this with us. Check.
I called it.
Elliot Friedman's reporting Brad Marchand to Florida.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
What the fuck?
Well, everyone listen. I was ahead of you guys on this part. I was a Brad Marchand.
Bennett?
Hold on, Caesar. Hold on. I was a Brad Marchand fan this past month with Team Canada. Now you guys get to be.
Hey, didn't I say? Wouldn't it be nice just a few minutes ago?
A lot of you guys don't like Brad Marchand. A lot of you guys, he's at the top of your list. My top of my list is Pat Maroon, all those guys.
Let's fucking go. Let's
Caesar,
fucking go.
Caesar, his number one most hated was Brad Marchand. Ain't it correct there, Caesar?
Oh my gosh.
Caesar's going to have to change his tune pretty quick.
What the fuck?
Dude, holy shit. Hold on, I gotta.
What? I'm shaking right now.
Process this. Holy shit. Who did we give up, though? Where? All right, guys, let's take a deep breath.
All right, guys, have a good day.
Well, we're going to end here. We're having a good day. What do you say all the time, Nick? See you guys later.
Did we just outdo the Golden Knights?
Have a good night, folks.
Hey. Oh, good point, Banksy, that they were in on him there. Unless they're talking Brock Besser.
Brock Besser's
fucking
done.
Zito. Fucking Zito. I fucking love you. Holy shit.
Wait, you said Brock Besser's done? Like, as in he's going somewhere, or he's
No,
not?
he's staying in Vancouver.
Done.
Holy shit.
I can't believe it. Oh my gosh.
Babs is saying Ekblad. I don't know about that with the defense.
No.
Surprising.
Is it Mackey?
No.
Better not be.
It Oh, fuck.
Ryan, you having a nap right now?
Oh, fuck. Here you go, guys. For Elliot Friedman right here, last minute. It is real. It is real as it could be.
Hey,
Hold on.
Ryan, we were big Marchand fans over this past month.
Oh,
Everyone else
God.
can feel it, Ryan. I love it.
Oh,
You know?
my God.
I got to step away for a moment, but I'll be right back.
I think I know where Nick's going. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, Ryan. You're not napping. That would not be safe. My apologies there.
Steve Dangle just said he's going to become the Joker.
Trying to get all your comments in here. Appreciate everyone.
Oh, my. Oh.
Oh, we're missing Cody and Vince right now. They'd be losing their minds here.
Oh. Yeah, who's going, though? That.
All right,
Marchand,
guys. I am so nervous to see what the details are. This is insane. Again, chat, we really appreciate you guys all being here with us at the trade deadline. This is awesome. We couldn't have done it with all your support. We really appreciate you guys. Thanks again. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe as well. Man, I don't even know what to do with myself right now. This is crazy.
Yeah, let's
So there's that money, Banksy, that's being used.
Yeah, so they got LeBron just said it, still pending league call, but told Brad Marchand is going to Florida.
If you can put that in the private chat there for Caesar so he has the right accounts there, Banksy, if you do have them. Copy paste for Nick since he's away. Appreciate that.
Kirby, Cody's calling me. You want me to put him on?
How can we get him through?
I'm just going to put him up to mic. I heard we're on the podcast right now. Do you want to say something?
On the podcast, we're live.
Do you want to say something? I'll put you on speaker. Everybody, Cody, live from wherever the hell he's at. Cody, you're on speaker.
I'm not even sure what stage he's in.
Live from Nashville. What the fuck is going on?
Dude, we just got Brad Marchand. We're still waiting the details, but
who the fuck knows?
I thought Cody wasn't going to be on his phone today, Nick. Did you call him?
Oh no! Oh, now we're gonna really be hated now. Fuck me.
Marchand Bennett Kachuk.
I fucking love it. Hey, I called it. I said, wouldn't it be nice to have Brad Marchand come on with Bennett?
Kirby, I think Kirby's like shocked right now. Like he doesn't. Kirby's like fucking shocked. He doesn't even know what to say.
Tell him I'm thinking back to with Team Canada. That's all I got right now.
An hour ago, LeBron said, "Oh yeah, he's gonna go to Vegas." I'm like, oh damn, out west.
Tell Cody, the biggest fan I've been of Brad Marchand in his entire career.
That's the only way.
Marchand,
my entire career was this last month. It's the only time I ever really liked him. So I'm kind of like back to that mode.
So anyway, is there anything else you want to say, Cody?
Carolina's fucked.
Let's fucking go.
You know, the front runner for the Stanley Cup. That's one.
I don't know about after our move right there.
Well, maybe not. Well, I think they're my favorite out west now.
Elliot Friedman has confirmed Brad Marchand is headed to Florida.
Put that up on the screen or anything there.
Yep, I got you.
Yeah, we need a big old banner.
Anyways,
all right. Have fun in the live stream. I just had to call.
All right. Take care.
Have a safe trip, Cody.
So Kirby, that was
holy shit.
I'm happy we stuck around.
Oh my God.
So what do you consider that, Nick, as big move? It's a big name. What does Brad Marchand have left at 36 years old here? 47 points on the season. Will be a UFA at the end of this as 25-26, right? So one more year left on his deal?
Who knows?
No, he's a UFA.
He's a UFA? Okay.
Can Ben call in? Can Ben call in?
Graphics messed up on
Kirby. Can Ben call in?
Is that what he wants to? Do you
yeah.
want? You can add him on camera if you want. I don't know what time it is.
It's on the phone.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather have him on camera if he wants to come on.
Oh,
well, let's see if he answers. So you could either come on camera, Ben, or you could just talk right now. Which one would work?
If it's just on the phone, it's got to be quick.
Okay, come on camera then. Bye-bye. We just said fuck the formality now, okay?
So
See,
47 points on the year. Brad Marchand, 21 goals.
Tomasz Nosek back there? Who knows?
So we'll have him on the left
The
side.
Leafs. Hold on. The Leafs have acquired defenseman Brandon Carlo.
Oh, wow.
That's a name I wanted if we were not in on a bigger name at the time.
So, Empty Netters podcast says, sounding like Florida really got the better of this deal for Marchand. Stand by. Oh my gosh. What the fuck?
Maybe they didn't give up much.
It's
Pierre
got to be a
LeBrun
roster
says,
player.
hold on. Pierre LeBrun 1 minute ago says still pending league call.
Okay, so it's not 100% done then.
It's not 100% done, but the.
Could this be the 2026 first round pick?
Who the hell knows? But all I know is if this happens, we're going to be so hated.
Imagine a line with Marchand, Bennett, and Kachuk.
Oh, and I love that line in Four Nations. Bennett and Marchand were unbelievable. So does this mean we get to see Brad Marchand and Bennett at a bar together?
You know what? Let's just sign.
They already did that when they won the Four Nations.
Right.
Just saying.
I'm making reservations at the Elbow Room right now.
There we go. Let's go, all four of us. Well, I'll buy you a ticket, Kirby.
I'm putting my first tweet out, I think, of the live stream here.
David, if you're just coming in, Brad Marchand, per Elliot Friedman, not a done deal, but Brad Marchand is a Florida Panther. Wow. Really appreciate everybody in the chat. Thanks for following us. Thanks for being with us today. I've had so much fun today with you guys. This is something I've always dreamed of. So
yeah, I really appreciate everybody's support. You could have gone anywhere, listened to anybody, hell of a lot better than me.
Than us, I know.
Than us, right? But we really do appreciate it because
for years.
it just makes everything so much better. And I want to thank Banksy taking time out of his day, Caesar, Kirby, wish Cody and Vince could have been here, but really does mean a lot to us. So
Carly in the chat, thank you for helping us. Ryan, the moderator, thanks for helping us. You know, this is just like a team. We all work together. We couldn't have done this with each and one of you. So we really appreciate that. And
Kirby, can you send Ben the link?
It'd probably be easier if you were.
You know what? Hold on a minute. I think I can do this because I had to.
Gentlemen, yeah.
Go ahead,
Banksy.
Banksy.
No, he So Marchand is at 6.1 million, and we only had 4.1. So somebody with at least $2 or $3 million has got to be going back. I don't know who, but if I had to pick, anybody,
or do they retain part of that contract?
Possibly, but if I were to be a betting man, it's probably Erod.
Yeah, we get that. Kirby, one more thing. Maple Leaf fan Ryburn wants to join. If he
no, not Erod. That's my guy.
I don't know what's going on there, Nick. I'm not caught up on everything. Whatever you can do there.
Oh, and Colorado is bringing
people
back...
can join in the text chat. It's going to be hard to add everyone.
Colorado is bringing back Eric Johnson.
Oh.
So feel good story there. And the Sens. Hold on a minute. The Ottawa Senators are in the process of acquiring Fabian Zetterlund from San Jose, according to Bruce Garriock. And yeah, that's a nice move for them. So now they're able to get Cousins today. They bring in Dennis Gilbert for a depth defenseman, and I really like the move for Zetterlund. That is an excellent move for them, I think. So San Jose continues to sell. Young player, 24, 25 years old. We're trying to get the yeah, that's it right now. Plenty of other trades coming.
Ben, we got
Hello,
Ben
Ben.
here.
This is insane.
Wow.
Like, what is going on?
We don't know. We were all just talking about what was going to happen. Per Bleach Report, it's even on here. I just got a notification. Brad Marchand to Florida pending trade call.
Holy shit. Like, I hate this guy, but I'm
then
gonna
you fucking love him now.
I'm gonna love him in a
Dude.
Panthers jersey.
Was he the most hated with Caesar? Because I remember both. I think it's both. You say you guys hated him the most. Is that true, Ben? Was that on your list? Most hated? I had Tampa.
Yeah. I'm right. I'll be right there and say it. I'm not gonna.
I don't know. We've always got the better of him. Look at what Money Montour did to him there last year. You know.
I hate the guy, but I know I'm gonna love him in our jersey.
Yeah. Whew. But I'm curious. Who did we give up? Like, you guys were saying it's a $2 million difference there.
That's my only concern. Is like,
and I'd be kind of upset if it's Erod, just because.
Well, you guys are always upset when you lose players. Nick, talk them through this. Nick, talk them through their feelings. Nick,
So I'm just in shock right now because fucking didn't Chris Johnson or Pierre LeBrun just say that he's going to Vegas?
that's where I was like when you got, because I've been watching the whole thing.
I said it.
Going to
Vegas with those with that high on their X, and then minutes later we saw Pierre LeBrun say Marchand to Vegas. We weren't sure, and then Nick comes on here saying Elliot Friedman, Marchand.
Well, guess what, Vegas? You have to delete that post if that's the case.
I'm really
Ryburn, yes, I'm with you, Ryburn, as a Leaf fan, it's a good take from outside the fan base there. So I know what Erod did for us last year in the Stanley Cup final, but you have to, if you're acquiring players, you have to move players out. Fans don't want to move Mackey. Fans don't want to move Erod. Fans don't want to move Lusto, right, Ben? You got to move someone.
Yeah,
like feel if you're going to say no to every name, right?
The thing is,
hold on, Caesar.
So, like, the thing is, though, with like, as you know, Kirby, I've been saying for years, like the guys who were like in Panthers jersey, I love them all, but this is part of the business, and you kind of got to give up somebody to bring in somebody of that caliber. Can you imagine how much of a nightmare we're going to be to play against now?
The second line is just way more ferocious.
It's just insanity. Mm-hmm. Like, those guys on the ice will be an absolute nightmare.
It's not like watch out for Ben or watch out for Kachuk. It's like you got to have your head on a swivel with all of them.
Providing that we haven't given up Bennett, because that could have been a real thing, because obviously if he's going to be going in the off season potentially anyway, they could have said, well,
Boston would look to extend him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like Bennett is the type of guy that they'd want in Boston.
Yeah. Oh, sorry there, Caesar, go ahead.
So what I was saying, getting this, does potentially having Rodriguez part of the deal. This isn't for sure, guys. Don't quote me on this. But if potentially Rodriguez is part of the deal, is this because shedding some of that salary cap for next year's free agency, opening up that maybe for potentially signing a defenseman in the offseason? Because Brad Marchand is his last year on his contract, right?
And what's his kind of payday going to be if he wants to get re-signed?
Is he going to retire at the end of the year?
That's what I'm saying. Like, maybe it's just like
people are calling me right now. Everything's messed up. Just stop getting a hold of me, everyone. Stop.
Nobody call Kirby.
Don't. That's why we're live, guys. Please.
Baseball Ryan. I might have to back out here if you guys don't got me.
No, we got you. Can you hear us?
I would prefer not to move anybody off the roster personally. Especially like you got a utility guy like Rodriguez. I mean, I think that would be we'll see, but I don't know how much. I have no clue, man. I'm just like in such shock right now, and it's like I saw the tweet from Elliot, And I'm looking, I'm like, this better. I had to look 3 times, Banksy. I'm like, this better be real. Like, I'm not about to go say this. I'm like, if I get freaking wrong tier or freaking Darren, whatever the hell the parody is, I was
Trager.
whatever. And I saw that, and then it says I clicked on it, and it showed HNIC and everything else. I'm like, holy shit! Like, this is unbelievable.
Wow. I still don't know what to say.
I'm shaking.
I didn't even think he was going to be. I didn't even think he was going to be like traded.
Yeah, we talked about it in the beginning of the show, right? Like,
and now
is this a guy that you don't see leaving Boston unless it's like his last year or goes to the West?
Now Brandon Carlo, Justin Brazeau, Trent Frederick,
Charlie
Brad
Coyle.
Marchand, and Charlie Coyle are all gone.
That means they're done for this year, right?
They're done.
Yeah.
They've been done since the first game of the season, boys.
We finally beat them off after 2 years of
I think they've
ruining
been done since 2 years ago when we beat them in overtime. Carter
Panthers play Boston on Tuesday.
Really?
In Boston, right?
Yep.
But he may as well stay there. We'll meet him there.
He's rehabbing his injury there. So
if that's all we're giving up there, Jamie, that's a steal.
What's the report?
And it could be because somebody saying that who was it that said that Florida looks like they won the deal?
It was Empty Netters.
Okay.
Podcast.
They're pretty connected to Florida, or have some connections.
Great job. I love this fast.
Guys, I'm going to let you carry on with your live stream. I just wanted to give you my live reaction of this because this is absolutely insane. I'm gonna start to have to love him now, I guess.
There we go. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know the whole rat thing, the whole marketing team. They're going to be.
Oh, he's still a rat, but he's our rat now. So let's go.
Darren Drager says, if it got done in time, Bo has sent Henry Yogi Harju to the Boston Bruins.
Why?
So they move on from Brandon Carlo, and then they get Yoki Harju.
Yeah, looks like it.
Wow. Okay.
Boston becoming New York here, bringing one player in, one player out. I want to thank Ben there again. Thank you, Ben. He got her up there from the trailer like I did a couple times.
Now this is the trade deadline I've been looking for.
This is like
there we go.
Cut everyone off. Nick likes to hit the mute button on our group chat calls and things, but yeah, he's got full autonomy here today.
So does this mean Florida's if they get Brad Marchand, Seth Jones, are they the winners?
Well, I will say what I have to say is.
Wow. There we go.
And Kirby, what would you say?
I grew up on the mean streets of Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Get Josh Davies in the lineup. Let's go.
He might be headed to Boston. Who knows?
That is the guy they would like. Oh no, I don't want Davies to go. I'll be on my fields now.
Oh my gosh, dude, this is wild,
bro. Look at my hands. That's crazy,
my
bro.
gosh. This is insane.
I can honestly say, like, I'm privileged to share this moment with you guys, being a longtime Panther fan. Things like this jack me up. They really do.
We've had these moments, Nick, since we started 3-4 years ago. It hasn't stopped.
Yep, it hasn't stopped.
First time I ever hosted post-game shows
Yep.
that Chuck trade.
Crazy.
People were sleeping in bed, not this guy.
What a great time to be a Florida Panther fan, right?
Yeah.
Golden age.
Now we just wait for the return. Now we just wait for the return.
They can't call us losers anymore.
So what is Vegas doing? Why did were they just saying hi? Like for real?
I don't know. They were live on X. I didn't even go on their page.
So you think that's the Marchand thing, Banksy, or is it more Besser or something else though?
No, Besser's staying put, but I just wonder if they're being bunch of jokers are just saying hi, letting everybody freak out.
Just the admin page, not some from the management side. It might be the
kind of like a troll.
Yeah.
They might not get in trouble because it got engagement, but you know.
Yeah. But it's funny how we talked about. Usually Zito says, "Hey, we're done for the afternoon," or it's announced, and it's all quiet, and then 3:00, bam.
Literally, I think it was like 3:06, 3:07.
Well, that's what we said here. That's why we didn't get that tweet, right, Nick? That business is all done.
Right. That must, well, no shit, right? It's like.
No, but I'm just saying that.
I know, right? Like usually they would send it out. They would probably say, "Here's the press conference scheduled," and looks like something was happening, and that's crazy. I mean, that is crazy. As you guys might expect, Steve Dangle is not taking this news too well.
He's the Joker now.
Yeah, this is what he said. He's gonna go insane.
And it's to see what Boston fans in Florida feel.
Caesar, do me a favor on your Twitter page, share the screen, and go to the Sportsnet Twitter page to just take a look at some of the reactions on Sportsnet from this news. Bissonette.
Nick, Marchand looks good in red. Then we already know.
Yeah, he does. Well, get out of here with that.
He didn't look weird. He didn't look weird to me.
So.
On the Sportsnet's page, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you guys got to see this. Holy crap, I love it. I love it. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Look at his face. Look at his face.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. This is fucking epic.
I had it on TSN, so I missed that.
What in the world, man?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
They're interviewing Kaplan right now from ESPN on TSN, probably about Marchand, and then
I have a question.
Deals over there on sports.
Where does this rank all time in shocking moves?
It's got to be right up there with the
top 5
trade, right?
It's got to be up there with the, like, I know it's, not as much, but it's like, depending on what we gave up, obviously, but it's like, dude, oh my gosh. That is insane.
This is even better.
Kirby, take a look.
Can we crop Kirby's face right on his and tweet it out? That would be fucking epic.
No, do not put my face on anything, Caesar. I've already told Dick and Cody. Cut it out. I've seen that out. The Paul Maurice one out there, that's the only one. And
Okay.
It's
We're still waiting to get the trade details if it is official.
Elliot Friedman said it's happening. That's what he said. So I don't know.
Guys, you guys got to join me over on YouTube here.
My Panther Parkway buddies are saying that they're hearing it's Lundell. If it's Lundell, I'm gonna scream.
There's no way it's Lundell.
There's no
way.
And then they signed Bennett. Like, oh my
that would be some WWE back room.
What happens to the fans in the room then? A lot of stuff that would be crazy, Banks. They just signed Lundell.
I know.
I don't know on that. Don't get too worked up yet.
I know.
Yeah.
I think I got trolled by that.
That would make sense to me with Lundell because of the window. And you have to have a cutoff point of what type of player you get. Erod Lusto, that's different than Lundell.
Oh my gosh, dude. I am not happy if Lundell is the move.
Me either.
That's different than Mackey. That's different than Erod. That's different than Lusto. It's different than Devine.
That's why
I'm scared because I'm seeing it on Twitter. Not like from anybody official, but I might change my mind about.
Understand how that would make sense down the middle of the ice now and the future.
Real quick, WWE meme.
I wonder if I got trolled by. I mean, it doesn't. No, it looks like.
But then why would they say that Florida won the trade? I don't think they would say that.
Pierre LeBrun says Brad Marchand going to Vegas. And then he tweeted, I have no clue, man. I don't think I got trolled by this dude. Yeah, no, this guy seems he's just saying what he heard on TSN. If I got that wrong, I apologize, but who knows at this point?
Yeah, there are gonna be a lot of fake things out there. I think people jump in the lead here.
Yeah, that's why don't jump to conclusions, guys on chat. Let's see what really ends up happening.
I don't like that if it's Lundell then.
I don't think it is. I think it's just speculation.
I don't think it's Lundell just because why would you do that to Barkey unless you I don't know. I don't see them doing it. I mean, he's by far our second best center.
For a rental.
No way. I don't think
if Marchand wasn't at the end of his career, Banksy, you can debate that, but still it wouldn't really add up to me. But yeah.
I was gonna say
I guess it would
Does
add.
that mean
Marchand had 8 years left?
Does that mean Lundell was being shopped in the Rantanen deal?
I was gonna say that. I was just gonna ask you guys that. Do you think Lundell maybe Carolina didn't want Lundell on that deal?
I think they would. Yeah, that's a number 2 center.
I was going to say, isn't that a better deal than what they got from Dallas?
It would be if it was Lundell, I would say.
I honestly don't think it's Lundell. I hope it's not Lundell. Again, guys, this is all speculations.
Yeah, speculation. So
we're all just trying to process it here. Gosh, this is all like a roller coaster here.
I'm watching all the replies from Boston fans losing their minds right now. Not only do we take away their best season in NHL history, beat them again in the playoffs, and just dismantle that franchise.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Thanks, Nick, for breaking the news when we were talking about it there. Man, unbelievable.
People are yelling at me in tweets. What did they give up? I don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. It's
use your indoor voice, Nick.
Fraser Mitten is going to Boston.
Oh, they gave up
in the car. Oh gosh, that does not mean good news. Oh, if they gave up Fraser Mitten for Brandon Carlo, what do you think they gave?
Meltdown. It's not Cowan, but still.
Oh my gosh.
So what does that mean? They gave up for Marchand?
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate.
I keep hitting refresh on my Twitter, guys.
Here's the thing: Marchand would be a rental. Carlos still had 3 years on his deal, so
I don't want to trade Lundell.
No, I don't either.
I hope it's not. I really hope it's not, especially for a rental. This guy's 37.
But Caesar, who would you give up? No one.
Rodriguez.
You would? Okay.
Yeah, I would.
I give up Mackey before I gave up Lundell, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we're all just anticipating and anxiously waiting.
I'm hoping, if you have to throw names out, I'm hoping Divine plus something.
Maybe.
Fine with that.
Um.
If it's Erod Divine, I guess.
Look at that, guys. That's Brad Marchand right there in the Panther jersey from Bleach Report.
Please tell me we're done now. I don't want to make another trade.
It's all fun and games.
Please tell me we're done now. Okay, enough. Oh, Dave Portnoy tweeted.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. What slice of pizza does he have in his mouth?
Who knows? Oh, people are saying Sortif.
I kind of thought that might be it.
So that's a name, Nick, you've mentioned this week.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to the coast that I was indicating.
No, but
the actual opposite side.
Is that sort of, to the people in the chat, is the sort of thing speculation, or are you seeing that?
No, it's It's speculation. There's
It's
been no.
There's nothing. I keep refreshing my X page. There's nothing here yet.
Oh, that's who. Okay, that's who you would send. Okay.
Wow. Again, thank you, chat. Everybody in the chat, thanks for joining us here today. We really appreciate you guys. We've definitely had a blast. Thanks again for subscribing as
Nick,
well.
yeah, thank you, Caesar. Nick, I'm wondering if we do a Spaces tonight. I don't have a heck of a lot of time tonight, but if we did one after,
I wasn't planning on this.
I wasn't either.
I was planning for
12 tomorrow. Or 1 I'll be going to the game, so
yes,
you want to do an Instagram live, Kirby?
I will not be around for the game tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know if Nick, because we're very short-staffed this weekend with Vince and Cody away. Tomorrow, this was my open day, so I kept everything clear. I had a lot of things going on here. I'm like, I'll be here for this, and then after I can't. I have to go to.
So if anything, I can go live and they can follow me. So if you guys can, I'll put it out on X. Put my Instagram live on there, and we'll kind of get like the reaction from our fans in the arena. So that way we can get some content on there. So
sounds good, Caesar.
No worries.
Bruh.
This is crazy.
It's been a half hour. Come on.
Dude, like, this isn't meant to be like, we're supposed to be having fun, not like fucking panicking right now almost. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh, dude.
All right, top 3 players you would give up for Marchand.
Bulinkus, Schmidt.
Mahura. Nick.
Mahura.
Gustav Forsling.
No, Nick's not going there.
I just like saying his name.
Nick would say that for a young Marchand. Nick,
I don't know.
You would lean? You would lean?
No? Maybe. Who knows?
But yeah, this is interesting because of what each Marchand's at right now.
Yeah. Oh man, this is. Oh man, I'm getting a lot of text and calls, Kirby, and telling him I can't talk right now. I can't talk right now,
bro. Come on.
Oh, what the fuck? Now Pierre LeBrun's saying Raquel stayed put in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So apparently that was a pending trade call and it didn't go through.
Oh, maybe the old
Carolina didn't get anything.
The old fax machine didn't go through.
Okay, well we made some mistakes here. We apologize. There was a lot coming in at once, so we got some things wrong. Oh, sorry, something dropped. But we apologize for that. But yeah,
not sure on that source there.
Yeah, we're not too sure, guys. So
that was. Yeah, that was Chris Johnson.
Chris Johnson said it. So now they're getting it wrong. Chris Johnson said Carolina for Vegas.
So then the Brad Marchand deal might not even be 100% true.
Well, no, Elliot Friedman and others are now tweeting it, but everybody else on TSN was saying Vegas, Vegas, Vegas for Marchand. So we apologize, but we'll move on.
We apologize for the quietness. We're all trying to check our notifications just to see what any updates, any kind of news here on that Brad Marchand trade. This is insane. Wow.
Oh, Nick, I just saw your message there. Okay.
What message? The one I just sent?
Yeah.
Okay.
We appreciate everybody again for coming on and joining us. We know we're all waiting patiently here.
Yeah, we'll wait till the return here, and then we'll probably end it.
As soon as the news breaks on what the return is, we'll definitely be able to share it with you all.
How's it going there, Cliff?
Cliff, what's going on?
No relation, by the way. I know.
No, Cliff, I think, is a season ticket holder with the Panthers, I believe.
Yeah, good friend of mine, Cliff.
Okay.
Really awesome guy to talk with.
No relation. All these Levines. Sponsored by Anajar and Levine.
Nope.
Who was the other guy today? Minnesota beat reporter Levine, you said? Where are all these?
Yep. So right now it looks like we're all just waiting to see what the Panthers gave up for Brad Marchand. We're all kind of on pins and needles. We're hoping it's not Lundell.
This has been a crazy. I thought Raquel and Marchand were going to Vegas and Carolina, and then all of a sudden Raquel doesn't end up in Pittsburgh, and then we get Marchand.
This is a great point from Scott. It could have been that maybe Brad Marchand had to deal with, or Boston had to deal with both, and Brad was like, "I'd rather go to Florida." It could be very well could have happened.
Easier path to the cup.
Cliff, I'm hoping this is true, but we don't know because there is a $2 million difference there. So that's what has us, unless Boston retains some of that money, we don't know what ends up happening here.
If we don't get the return by the
what about Luosterainen?
Maybe
that's another guy we didn't really touch base about.
If we don't get the return at the top of the hour, I'm gonna have to head out. I wasn't expecting 4 o'clock.
Probably 20 minutes here. We got to figure out what we're gonna do here after. If we do a spaces or not, stay tuned. I have things going on tonight, so didn't expect it would push it to this extension. But here we are. As we said, after the deadline passes here. Yeah, because this could go all night, Nick, couldn't it? Like, look at what happened with.
Yeah, there were trades going up till 5 or 6 o'clock last year.
Very weird that it's
right.
Like that's how it's kind of played out here. Because I don't remember that in past deadlines. I could be wrong, but some people are telling me last night they're going to stay up. I'm like, I'm not. I'm getting up tomorrow to do this. I'm not seeing the return from Dallas on Rantanen.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous.
Etu is an important role player there, Cliff says. But remember who they just brought in for the PK? Nico Sturm. So there's that role placement there. You have Etu on the wing that you're really overpaying to play the wing position, Nick, versus playing down the middle of the ice. So again, there you have Nico Sturm. There, what's going on with Ben and Ekblad at this point on extension talks? We don't know. I don't know. Were we hearing anything there? So
I have no clue. I will say this. Let me see what happened. Hold on a minute. Keep talking. I'm just seeing something real quick here. Want to make sure something.
I'm just in the chat. How's it going, Zeb? Zeb given the $3 million. I would want to put, if Lusto stays with the Panthers, I would like to move him next year to the center position. If you're talking about life without Bennett or to that matter, I would put Lusto back to center. You've got Nico Sturm at that 4C spot, so you can still kind of build down the middle of your ice. It would look a lot different without Bennett.
Yeah. So essentially, what I wanted to say was, like a player like Luostarinen and Rodriguez, even though it wouldn't be my favorite thing, it's like that and maybe like a pick and a prospect or something. Like, I could deal with that, you know?
I would never say that Mackey is not moving. Just from some of the comments here, that would be a name discussed.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people would say Lundell and Knight are never moving. Look what happened. So I would not put him in that category. I would put Lundell, and I think you and Cody and I have always said that, and I think you have as well. Like Lundell a bit higher than the Knights and Mackeys and different people within, the system. That's Bill Zito first ever, I believe, draft pick.
Yes.
And his Finnish connections there, Banksy, going back to his days playing overseas. So I think there's a lot more when it comes to meet the eye there with Lundell and what the organization thinks of him giving that extension that they really didn't have to give him in the summer.
Correct.
That's the thing. With the Knight thing, they were dealing with the offer sheets and the other things like that, and the goaltender of the future. Lundell, they could have just gave him a bridge deal if they were going to think of something of this matter. That's what Matthew Tkachuk was on with Calgary. He was on a bridge deal, and Calgary didn't extend him at that time. And that's what opened up the floodgates for Florida to jump in there with the trade offers.
So this is just a rental, right? You don't. I mean, he's 37 years old. He's on his last year of his contract. Um, I don't know if Bill Zito will give up that many assets. For, but then again, he did it for the Ben Chirot trade and the Claude Giroux trade.
I tried to tell everyone at the time, Claude, I don't know about Marchand. You guys can add your 2 cents here on this live stream. But I said at the time, Claude Giroux is strictly a rental. We're not paying him what he wants. We're not going to have the cap space for Claude Giroux. He's wearing Ottawa Senators team shorts before he even signed with them, training in the offseason. So again, like, just look at all the hints they're giving you. But with the Marchand stuff right now, I don't know. I don't really know how to answer that, Caesar. Is he looking to retire at the end of the year?
It's a big question as well.
Last cup here, I don't know. He's not getting in Boston this year, as Banksy said from day one of training camp, right? And day one of the regular season, you were really low on Boston, Banksy.
They didn't look like a team that was interested in playing hockey at all. Like, they wanted to square, previous issues. They were not looking to win a game. They just wanted to get even, and Montgomery had lost that team. Let's be honest. I think he lost them after the last playoff run, and you have an aging core again that just didn't deliver. So, and that's on management too. I mean, I'm not putting it all on Montgomery. I mean, you have a GM that couldn't draft.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
had those first round picks that really 1 out of 3 materialized. I think it was DeBrusk.
DeBrusk was one of them. Really messed up the goaltending tandem. I mean, I don't know why they messed with Jeremy Swayman the way they did. If anything, they have nothing now. I mean, they have Pasta and McAvoy, but Swayman.
I just have a quick question. So there was a 3-team deal with the Saravelli just posted with the Leafs, the Bruins, and the Penguins. Penguins got Connor Timmins and Connor Dewar. From the Penguins, the Bruins got a Toronto first-round pick and Fraser Minton, and the Leafs got Brandon Carlo. There's retention involved. I wonder if, just hypothetical, do you think Yoki Harju is like a retention thing, or do you think he's just going straight to Boston?
It really depends on I don't know. Like, I don't know what Boston could have given them for Yuki Haru. Right now.
Right. So it's like, I don't know. And then like the Carlo thing, that's been released. That happened after the Marchand trade. So
yeah.
I don't know what they're gonna. I don't know, man. Like, they're making us wait an awfully long time here. What's it been? 45 minutes?
13 minutes, guys, and
then we're out. And then I'm not. You won't see me for the rest of the day. So.
I'll see on Spaces. I don't know. We're gonna have some calls here we got to deal with. I got some other things to attend. We'll see.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy! Right at 3 o'clock.
Maybe they can give us the return late tonight, Nick, and then we can.
Well, I'd like it better than that.
I know. I'm just saying, we're joking around, but.
Oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing with myself until this return happens, man.
Why is he wearing a Bruins shirt? Like, Dave Portnoy annoys me.
Anybody on Lundell's social media get any updates there?
Let me check.
Inside scoop.
He's on Instagram. But...
Usually, sometimes that's a good indication of what might be happening there.
Nothing.
Okay.
It's all quiet. Which, I mean, not not a bad thing.
Yeah, I got trolled earlier with the Chris Johnson on TSN thing. The guy looks like has every tweet word for word. I don't know.
Shea Weber got traded to the Blackhawks payroll.
Okay. Any other trades, Nick? Babs?
Banksy?
Or Banksy's, I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you're good.
Babs on your mind.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My mind's all messed up right now.
No, if it's gonna be picks and a prospect, I'm fine with it, but it better not be Lundell. I'll be.
Yeah, that's.
Forgot you were on here, Fabs. My bad.
How's he seeing your image in his conscience? Your image.
You think TSN's going to get Brad Marchand on the phone?
Probably.
Yes.
What do you think he was like when he heard he was going to when he found out? They probably asked him.
This is a thing fans will love too. Like Barkov would love this move because leaving less media for Barkov. Marchand during the whole Four Nations thing, he was doing all the media for Crosby.
He was shit talking Kachuk.
He's like, you do the media, we'll worry about playing. And he did all the events, all the tours, and the players loved him for that. So it made them focus on hockey.
Quick question: what does this do for the locker room in general?
Oh, it probably fires them up.
He's a big locker room.
I think it becomes a little more loud. That's for sure.
That's a little bit more testosterone in there too. So that's
some of the. I don't know. Some of the people outside of the room might not like it, but the guys inside the room, I think, are gonna love it.
So Colby Guy says details for trades are coming out a bit slower. Please hold.
Whew.
So they already have
5 minutes or so here, guys.
Yeah, they already have Brandon Carlo on the phone.
I guess my reply to Vegas high post worked. Did you guys see what I did
on that for sure?
No, we did not. We did not see it.
We were trying to find it, and
go see if it's there now.
When we were looking for it, you ended up breaking the news. You're like, guys, breaking news here. So
see if you can find it now.
Put it in the group chat so that way.
There we go. That's a smart idea. Let me see.
That's right, D'Lo. Central Database Registry. We were trying to.
I cannot believe Carolina did not get that Raquel trade through.
Do you think it's medical then, or is it time sensitive? They didn't get it through.
Yeah, that Carolina, if they haven't gotten anything, man.
So it seems like the Carlo trade to Toronto. Once that is sorted out, they'll put out the details of the Brad Marchand trade.
They bumped up Florida's odds.
What are we, 500 now?
550 tied with Dallas.
All right. Nick, I just saw it. Yeah.
Well, it worked.
It worked.
They listened to me. I'm like, I'm not having this year. I'm not dealing with this again.
Wow.
Excuse me. Jeez, like I'm getting exhausted waiting now.
Yeah, we'll call it here soon. We've had a long morning.
We got about 7 minutes here. We really appreciate everybody joining us today. Great numbers all day.
Yes.
Good job, Nick, on keeping us updated there on the trade.
Sorry, I made a couple mistakes, but
I didn't notice.
Thanks for coming on board as well. We really appreciate your insights as well. Kirby, like always, you do an awesome job hosting and like you do in Spaces. Thanks again to all of you guys for having me on board as well. Really appreciate it. This has been a fun day so far.
It has.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost to hour 4, guys. I mean, my gosh, like, and some of the guys, the TSN, the sports guys, they were going 8 a.m. They were there. And Mark Giordano, I was listening to early this morning. He's like, do you ever wonder, Mark, like why they have you get up at 8 a.m.? It's like, not until I woke up this morning at 5 a.m. Then I'm like, yeah, probably. I mean, then I started early.
Yeah.
We're still waiting, Antonio. We're still waiting, and like
I don't
you,
know.
we are all worried.
Every time I think it's not that bad.
Antonio, I'm only worried if it's Lundell's name. Otherwise, no. That's my answer.
Lundell and anybody else, it's like, I mean,
It
even Mackie Kirby.
I'd prefer not to be.
Yeah, I prefer not either.
Worried. We're trying to win a cup, right? So, and I would assume if they're moving Macchio, it wouldn't be a fit moving forward. We think it has been, right? On our post-game show, Maurice, play him more, play him up the lineup. But if he's moving out, then I think that's kind of a coach philosophy thing, Nick, moving forward. So again, that's where I think.
It looks like everything's getting cleared up in the Chris Johnson trade. Don
Bania staying up all night overseas. Approaching Don Bania now, close to midnight.
So it looks like, it looks like they're sorting everything out, that it was a 3-way trade between
Florida.
Not for Florida, for
okay.
Toronto and Pittsburgh, which originally wasn't reported as. So that's why I'm wondering, Yoki Harju to Buffalo, like, is that like retention? Like they're getting, I wonder if it's a 3-team deal.
Guess I'm in the minority with everyone worrying. Again, I'll preface it with Lundell, but I'm seeing everyone like full on panic mode on Twitter. But that doesn't surprise me, Nick.
Yeah. Don Lachuzin, yeah, he doesn't want it to happen. Yeah.
And because we haven't done this in a while.
Thordeff, Benning, draft picks, Devine, Lusto, Erod. I don't think Lundell.
I mean, I'm really wondering, like him going to the Panthers. I mean, makes me wonder what we gave up, right?
Thank you, Antonio. We really appreciate that. Thanks for coming on and joining us as well.
And my Twitter just crashed. Awesome.
We can't have that rate tweets limit issue on July 1st. We got through today, Nick.
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did.
This would have been a lot harder to talk. So what's going on with your week, Nick?
More my day. I've been sitting at this freaking desk all day.
We've been breaking things, so we might have gotten.
I went for a walk early this morning. It feels like ages ago. My gosh.
That's what we would have been talking about if Twitter was down. Remember at our trade deadline there? July 1st it was, I thought. 2 summers ago now? Something like that. Twitter crashed.
Yeah, I need to go touch grass.
Well, anything else, gentlemen? Are we waiting for the last 2 minutes here, or?
We can wait 2 minutes.
We want to wait 2 minutes. I don't think it's going to make a difference personally, but just to be safe, say we made it to 4 hours, and then I have a flurry of phone calls to make after.
Let's get this in one last time. Shout out to our sponsors, Caneswear.
Yes.
Visit them in Davie or at pantherswear.com. That's Pantherswear, WEAR.com for all your Panthers needs. And probably some Brad Marchand, maybe jerseys in there, So make sure to check that out. And to our new sponsor, Jeremy Beckham. Hey, Panther fans in South Florida, need real estate help? Check out Jeremy Beckham with Next Home Treasure Coast. It's a boutique service with a personal touch. Jeremy and his team put humans over houses, working hard for you, whether you're buying or selling. Ready to move? Hit up Beck Sells FLA. Again, that's BeckSellsFLA.com or call 772-475-5371 now. You'll be glad you did. And thank you again to Jeremy and Caneswear. Approaching our last minute.
I just wanted to say, Kirby,
any last words, guys? Anything before we go?
If you don't mind, I want to thank I want to thank everybody, obviously, for your support. Thank you guys. I had a great time here today. This is a bunch of fun, right?
Awesome.
You guys and some Twitter and some trades were like the only thing keeping me from going insane sitting here for 4 hours. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for your time and appreciate all the support. Shout out to our sponsors, and I appreciate it.
Thank everyone there in the chat as well. You guys were great today. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and don't forget to like and follow our social media pages as well. Don't forget to like and subscribe on the channels. And on my channel, too, on the Big C Show, I got some pretty good interviews coming up. Brandon Godden from EA Sports Madden and the voice of the Braves. And we have plenty of more stuff coming up as well. Jessica Blaylock is going to be coming on here in the future. So be sure to like and subscribe and follow me as well. Anything else, gentlemen?
That's all. Thank you, Caesar.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
What's up, Cats and Rats fans? If you enjoyed that video, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button before you head out. If you're listening to us on Apple and Spotify, make sure you leave us a 5-star review. And just like always, let's go Cats!